I am live. Woohoo! Hello. Let's see. Is this working? Hopefully it is. Let's check. All that's on. Restrictions none. Playlists. Well, let's make sure it's in the live stream and the Bruships. Done. Monetization. DNL. Yeah. All save. Hello, everyone. This possibly seems early to some of you, but trust me, it is all thanks to daylight saving. The world has now been moved early. Yes, let me just announce this now, and definitely, I am not doing 6.5 hours. I love you all greatly, but I've lost an hour today already, thanks to daylight saving, and I've lost more time due to the fact that, honestly, I didn't feel that well yesterday. So I'm currently, doing all sorts of things to try and catch up. And one of them is turning my radiator down, because currently it's on 16 degrees centigrade, and I look hot. It's only on 16. You forget how strong that radiated heat is. Now, what else was I going to do? Oh yes, I need to make sure that that link is sent to the people who need the link. So how are we all doing today? Share. I haven't even managed to phone several people I would have liked to have phoned today because I've been just, catching up and pushing stuff together. It's been fun. It has been fun. Let's see. Right, why is it on top live chat rather than live? That would explain the issues it's having. Do we need to start singing Let Explit? Actually, no. I was singing to it before it began. If you want to be really worried, I was. Well, let's see. You can all guess what the pile of books behind me is about. That's just some of the book options we have for today. Still having 4.5 hours from dry dock, but under the observation of Latter-day Biplane, I shall attend this live. I'm glad. Latter-day Biplane has apparently followed me to Armchair Admirals as well. Quite heavily. I'm going to have the chat open in front of me at some point. All right. John Shea. Hello, Doctor. Just saying hello early. How won't be able to see you for the first hour or two since I have to go. Well, take care, John. Hope you're okay. Peter Dawson. Thank you. Hello. Rick Vasava. Hello. Carl Gasswood. Hello. Hello, that guy named Dan. And Stab Thompson. Hello. Afternoon, Doctor. Hope you're well. Hello, chat. Yeah, I wasn't well yesterday, but I think that was probably my own fault. Not eating properly and not sleeping properly for a couple of weeks did me in a bit. It happens. You get into bad habits quite quickly when you're just trying to get the work and everything else done. Hello, Bushipper. I'm clear. Glad to hear it. Dan Freeman. Hello. I have to finish Drax's little video from earlier. Yes, we all do. I'm currently at I think I'm at 4 hours. I'm not sure. It came out when I was just about getting. Honestly, today I've had it going since I've been up and moving, and that wasn't that as long ago as I'd like it normally be. Hello, DG40. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Wolf. Hello, Sadmiral. That's good. Read Latter-day Biplane from us. You're welcome. I know. Gives Jamie and Drac a lot of fun. It really does. Oh. So, today's topic. Aircraft carriers and naval aviation. And as you can see, I got the small books out. I mean, literally, we have Norman Freeman, not Norman Freeman, Norman Freeman, not Norman Freeman, not Norman Freeman, not. So there's only like 4 of Norman's big books here. 2 Sturviant-ish ones, a Philip Jarrett one, which is always a good one, interesting one to read. David Hobbs one, of course. A Kenneth Poolman one. Not as famous a name as they used to be, but it should be. Owen Thetford, that's always a good one. David Thomas, Moffat and Rossiter. Sank de Bismarck, that's a good one. Roland White here, because I like having a bit of white in my life. That could be so badly misused by someone, but, you know, it's a good joke on his name. It's All White on the Night. Again, could be really badly misused by someone, but literally I'm just talking about Roland White here. And Air Defence at Sea. Rear Admiral J.R. Hill. Now, you hear me reference him a lot. He's the one who gave me the definition on cruisers, which I use quite so often. He's the one which does all sorts of other things as well, which I use quite a lot. And very, very good naval historian. In the 1980s and early 1990s. A very, very good naval historian. In fact, wrote the Oxford History of the Royal Navy, which was mahoosive. Jingles, just confused. Has Tookie accepted the inevitable? Tookie has accepted the inevitable on terms of the Blackburn. I keep getting worried that they're actually going to introduce the Blackburn into World of Warships as a sort of all-seeing eye special aircraft for the aircraft carriers, just to cause me stress. Or a joke. But, you know, if it happens, it happens. I will survive. We needed a student aviator. We need a Dr. Isaac Clarke out of context shot. There are so many out of context shots already for me. So that is... The other night, I thought I had a second. So I was putting my phone on charge, and hence why I appear from my desk going, "Hello, oh sugar." Right then. So, first book. Oh, and I should apologise. The reason the videos didn't appear on Saturday, like I promised, was literally because I was just, ugh. So they didn't get done. They're all ready to go up, and they will come up either Monday or Tuesday. I might put them into Tuesday and then just put them all together. April 1st isn't that far away. No, it isn't. It is not. What's even more fun is it's Thursday. This Thursday when I have a live, so goodness knows what will happen on that day. You'll think you're turning up to one topic and I'll change it to something completely different. So, let's see, which one of these should I pick to start off with first? Or I could grab that one. I'm going to grab that one. This is the problem with doing this in here, because now I will have all my books here. So I get the book sorted out, and then I decide I'm going to change my mind. And the book I'm going to grab... Oh, in fact, I'm going to grab two. Oh. Should I grab a third one? No, these will do. These will do. So that one can go back up. It can go up there. Thank you, Stafford. Stafford Thompson is now turning into the very personal for our little group. The reminder that when YouTube's not working. Avian Enterprise, sorry I'm late. I'm in the middle of Drax Marathon Dry Dog and lost track of time. We all have done. Oh. Hello. Ice cream, thank you. It's a Bulls Vienna ice cream. Don't worry, go away, sis. Don't worry, it's fine. I don't know. My sister keeps worrying about saying brands on here. Ah, well. Right then. So. Yep. So, I have this book, and I'm going to explain a bit about this book. Because it is an old one. But it's a very good one. It is a very, very good book. Yeah, just one thing you know. I asked, what would you do with a 3% budget? Well, actually, I was going to prepare a proper answer to that in one of the Long Patrol comment responses ones, which I will probably do as well. But as I said now, if we're just going to top of my head, if a 3% budget, there would be 3 LHDs coming, because they would be backing up the 3 LHDs. Slightly long for LHD standards, probably, with ski ramps, so they could be backup aircraft carriers if something happened to both Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales. I'd probably increase the size of the Fleet Air Arm and the Royal Marines and the number of escorts the Royal Navy had, but then I'd work through the Army. I would want a solid armoured division in terms of formation, but I would want that made up of 3 or possibly 2 regular and 2 reserve. Probably I'd go that way. 2 regular and 2 reserve armoured brigades that were all designed so they could be deployed solo. They'd be completely self-sufficient as a brigade combat team. But if they, a brigade combat force, but if they needed to be, they can be grouped together into a division. We have the divisional structure there available to support them. And basically, I would go through the army and it would be 3 divisions. Rapid Reaction Deployment Division. Marines being the ones which we could have around the world in Bay class vessels or have a brigade strength for a reaction force, and then a division which was orientated around peacekeeping, those sort of missions, and the presence missions of training and those sort of operations, and then the armored division. That would be how I would do it with the army. And with an air force, you've got to work through things. You've got to work through what do you need and what do you want to have. If, for example, if you decide to use the money to give the Fleet Air Arm enough F-35Bs they can be self-sufficient, then the question is, does the RAF benefit from having F-35Bs, or should they have F-35As or Cs even? If you want more maritime patrol aircraft because you want the maritime patrol presence, but you need to have the mix of uncrewed and crewed assets. I have to say the biggest thing I'd do if I had a 3% budget is I'd probably look into a lot of work on our submarine strength, and I'd be working on that, but that would take a long time. Believe it or not, length of time, you could probably deliver the LHDs quicker with current British infrastructure than you could an increase in submarine strength. That's the truth. Even if you go the SSK route, you have to build and not so much build up a yard to do it, but have to prep and train a yard up to do it. And your probably only option would be to go to Camel Lairds and go, how much would it cost to pay for your expansion? If we pay for your expansion, will you do this? And it would be a lot of money. Carl Gaswood, a branch-free San Giorgio, I wouldn't be ashamed about going to Italians and going, can we buy your design as the basis? But I'd want to anglicize it. So I'd want to use the Queen Elizabeth-style weapons handling system in there and all sorts of things like that. So I would be quite happy to use someone as a basic design, but I would be modifying it. I'd answered the questions, Junior Invader. That's good. Staff Thompson, how close are you to harassment charges? He hasn't harassed anyone yet. Oh. Bring up all F-35B should be the B variant and the UK to provide surge capacity for carriers. That would be sensible, but if you have a 3% budget and you decide to spend some of that money, depends how many F-35Bs you're getting. If you decide, right, I've got two, and also whether you're going to get an UCAV for the carriers or not. If you get a UCAV for the carriers, then that makes a difference. But if you go through the LHDs and go, right, and each one of you will be carrying, let's say, 16 F-35Bs, that's probably more than they would, but 16. And the Queen Elizabeth class, you're going to carry, let's say, they're carrying, LHD's carrying 12, and the Queen Elizabeth class are carrying 24. So that means 48 plus 36, so, what, 84 F-35Bs at maximum deployment? Total probably required for fourth generation, about 120. If you've got 3% budget, you can probably have 120 F-35Bs. Remember, you wouldn't be buying them all at once. So, at a certain point, you have to go, right then, are we going to expand the Royal Air Force as well? And if we're going to expand the Royal Air Force, Eurofighter, you can't go in. Tempest isn't currently in production. Only aircraft which is in production in the next 5 to 10 years, if you have a 3% budget, is really the F-35, in which case you make the decision, are you going to go F-35As or Bs? Or Cs? Wouldn't a complete F-35... Well, if I could put cats on the F-35s for the Queen Elizabeth, no. Because You see, if I can have the F-35B and I can have LHDs, which have flight decks, which have ski ramps as well, then I can operate on a system where I have 5 ships, which can each take combinations of the same air group. Britain is not going to be America, and honestly, I find France a little silly. If you can have 5 ships, 3 might be amphibious orientated and 2 might be strike orientated, but 5 ships which can all take the same air group, then if war happens or SHIT happens, you've still got flight decks which can take all your aircraft. So if you're going F-35Bs and you're going Queen Elizabeths and LHDs, you've then got a pool of 5 flight decks. That means you can guarantee 2 available at any one time, and even if you get 1 or 2 damaged, you still probably can generate 2. Downstream. The trouble is, there are 2 very good reasons why I am never in favour of getting rid of the Royal Air Force. One of them is the way the British Army runs its armoured and helicopter programs, and the other is that at a certain point you end up with the same problem the Royal Navy had in the First World War, where the Navy's trying to fight one battle and there's a whole different debate of funding. Brent Kenneth, I think if cash was to be splashed on Carrier Strike, I'd rather get some Ospreys to convert to... No. You don't want Ospreys. For starters, Ospreys sound cool, but there's actually 3, possibly 4 next generation aircraft which will be able to do the Osprey, which are moving on from the Osprey in development. Beyond that, you also have the fact that you'd then be adding in an extra logistics train. Honestly, I'm not even keen on the Queen Elizabeths carrying Chinooks unless they need to. In my perfect world, you have 2 airframes on the aircraft carrier. You have the F-35s and you have the Merlins. If you have a 3rd one and it's a UCAV, that's fine. But if you have only 2 airframes, and one airframe does anti-submarine warfare, troop transport, COD, and airborne early warning, that's great. And F-35 does strike and air defense, that's great. That gives you 2 sets of logistics you have to support, 2 sets of personnel you have to support, 2 sets of weapon systems you have to support. You can carry far more. There is this often misunderstood idea that somehow the US Navy, when they had about half a dozen to a dozen sometimes types of aircraft on their carriers, were at their best. Yes, they had the numbers. And I can't admit in paring down onto the F-18 they've made the best choice, but it was probably the best choice financially. It doesn't mean that they were really good, because they couldn't carry a lot of supplies, and they were very dependent upon their supply ships. The fewer types of aircraft you have, the higher the amount of supplies you can carry for those types of aircraft. Come out, recent Georgia's class, St. George class LPD. 10 to 15,000 ton HD instead of 16 to 20. It's an option. I said it's always an option. I would prefer myself probably, once I'd done the British options, it would probably be about 30,000 ton. Hmm. Dan Freeman, when emergency replacing, isn't it by about 2030? Don't we need to start thinking about that already? That is the question. That is what we do need to start thinking about. So, Decline of British Sea Power by Desmond Wettern. Not what you necessarily think about for aircraft carriers and naval aviation, but it has these great things in it. And this is from 1964. By mid-September, the Far East situation looked particularly critical. Early in the month, the victorious of the destroyers Caesar and Cavendish, which had been on a courtesy visit to Western Australia, were returning to Singapore. Their most direct course would have taken them through the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra. The most important island is in the Indonesian Republic. South of Java, the three ships had been joined by the missile destroyer Hampshire and the frigates Dido and Berwick. The Indonesians were, of course, aware of the ship's departure from Fremantle, but had no means of establishing their whereabouts. In the capital, Jakarta, as time passed without news of the carrier, panic set in. Many people began leaving the city fearing an air attack. That such an attack might be launched must have seemed highly probable in view of 3 landings by Indonesian forces in Malaya itself during the preceding weeks, and in view of the British government's previous notification to the Indonesians that the ships would use the Sunda Strait. But the general election only a month away, the British government had no intention of taking what some might have considered was a highly controversial move, and the 3 ships were ordered instead to pass through the Lombok Strait at the eastern end of Java, some 700 miles from Jakarta. There can be little doubt that had the carrier and her escorts continued on their course through the Sunda Strait, and had a few low-level passes been made over Jakarta by the carrier's aircraft, the resulting loss of face might have toppled the Sukarno regime. Certainly the gamble would have been worth well the attempt. Instead, the war was to drag on for more than another year. One of the ministers in the Ministry of Defence at the time, some years later, claimed in a conversation with the author that Whitehall was unaware of the panic in Jakarta at the time. If this was so, then it can only be a lamentable failure on the part of the British intelligence services, British intelligence services, as well as the Foreign Office. But even if the British government was indeed unaware of what was happening in Jakarta, no country had recognised the Indonesian claim that straits between the various islands were part of a 12-mile territorial limit. And on this basis alone, Britain would have been fully justified in sending the carrier through the Sunda Strait. By mid-September, the Far East fleet was stronger than at any time since the Korean War. Apart from the carriers Victorious and Centaur, and the commando ship Bulwark, it had the modern missile destroyers Kent and Hampshire, 14 destroyers and frigates, with a further 3 ships on their way from the Mediterranean. 11 minesweepers with their support ships, 5 submarines, and numerous depot and maintenance ships and auxiliaries totaled in all about 50 ships. In addition, usually 2 Australian destroyers or frigates and a New Zealand frigate were based at Singapore, and the Australian carrier Sydney was employed on a regular ferry service moving troops and aircraft between Australia and Singapore. During September, helicopters from the Bulwark were involved moving troops into Labis area of Johor Strait in southern Malaya to round up Indonesian paratroopers. In a single day, 5 paratroopers were captured, and at least another 12, including women, had been killed according to the Malayan authorities. The Indonesians had been unable to get any support from the villagers, as they had been led to believe would be the case, and several of those captured were starving. The hearts and minds policy of winning the support of natives was much practiced by the Fleet Air Arm helicopter squadrons as well. Of course, as by other units of the three services. One of 845 Squadron 4 bases was at Nanga Ghat, at the junction of the Ghat and the Balari rivers in central Sarawak, close to the Indonesian border. The site was next to the home of one of the tribal rulers, Dato Temenggogo Juga, which I probably just mangled horribly, who was paramount head of the Sarawak and the Federal Minister for Sarawak Affairs. A Royal Marines pilot of 845 Squadron, Lieutenant David Rowe, RM, who often flew the chief on visits to long houses, was adopted by him and became known as My Son Bubu. The Abans were fascinated by helicopters, and at many long houses the occupants cleared their own sites in order, as they saw it, to encourage the big birds to land. At Nanga Ghat and other sites, they would often help with loading and unloading stores and fuel, and when the CNC Far East visited the Ghat, they formed a practically naked guard of honour armed with parangs. They're particularly fascinated by the Royal Marines Commandos' small Hiller reconnaissance helicopters, and on more than one occasion their crews were asked if in due course the Hillers would grow up to become the Wessex helicopters. Lieutenant Rowe, who on occasion even acted as a magistrate in Nangagat, was one of a number of officers who learned to speak the local dialect, a difficult process in view of the language being lacking a written form. The base, known unofficially as HMS Taringi, the local name for the Golden Oriole, had no doctor, but the sick birth attendant rating would have a daily surgery to deal with minor ailments, and his patients, averaging about 30 each day, often travelled for days to see him. More serious illnesses and injuries would involve the helicopters flying patients to the nearest town of a hospital. As a result of one such flight, an expectant mother later named her daughter Helicopter, while the pilot of another aircraft was presented with the end of a spear which had been removed from a young patient's head. The Ibans were traditionally headhunters, and though the taking of a head would mean the culprit, if caught, paying a fine of about £35, if the head was of an Indonesian gorilla, there would also be an award of £125. So in other words, you'd make 90 quid. In 1964, that's a lot of money. One senior rating arrived at Nangagat with several large biscuit tins in the hope of picking up some heads, but later found a more profitable line, inducing the natives to catch rare and exotic butterflies for him, which he sent to museums in Britain. Some of the ratings volunteered to serve as helicopter crewmen. They continued to do their normal work and received no extra pay for the flying duties, but enjoyed it nonetheless. Flying conditions were extremely rugged, with mountains in central Sarawak rising to 7,000 feet. Which would mean the helicopters, with their comparatively low operating season, having often to find gaps through which to fly because of the low cloud over the peaks. This is a really, really good book. It was given to me by a very nice friend as a thank you for something I'd done. And it's a really, really cool book. I haven't been able to find a more recent printing. So this came out... published by James in 1982, and it's a cool thing. Desmond Wettern was also one of the last journalists who was a special naval journalist. In many ways, he had the job which Jamie would dream to have. That's Jamie T. Armgar's specialist naval correspondent for, I think, the Times and the Telegraph at one point. It's a very cool book. Right. Hello, Melanie. That's what Stafford Thompson. The RCMP sent me a message to tell you they want to learn. I think they probably want to hire him. He's very good at hunting down people. Longhouses, yes. In most of Indonesia and quite a large parts of most of Malaya, and quite large parts of Malaya and Indonesia, they live in longhouses, which are sort of, as they say, they are long. No amount of F-35s and VLS SAMs can effectively defend against a Russian star saturation strike. CVs in near-peer have become standoff platforms. To be honest, it's all standoff platforms. If they can achieve... Don't... Let's sort of say. We were talking about Matapan on Friday on Armchair Animals. And that's what the Italians were fearing when the British brought in Blenheim, Swordfish, and Fulmars. That was the 1940-1941 version of a saturation attack. The thing is, yes, modern saturation attacks are just as dangerous, but honestly, if you've got F-35s, if you've got VL-SAM, and you've got the close-in weapon systems, and you've got the electronic warfare, if they manage to launch a perfect strike, everything goes to plan, you get completely by surprise, you haven't had the chance to surge any of your aircrafts, then yeah, they're going to win. But if you have managed to surge some aircraft, they're in trouble. That's good. Well, a spear tip that has been someone's head is definitely a thing. Yeah, £90 profit per head. You're going to keep doing that. I'm not going to say that was, you know, part of the method of making sure that the Indonesian soldiers parachuted in didn't get any advantage. Let's think. It was a kind of a very individual system. You can side with them. Maybe you'll win. Maybe you'll lose. Who knows? Or you can side with us. You'll definitely win. And you'll get 90 quid for each one's head you bring in. That's what our ratings. Been on the lookout for a quick buck since the start of the RN. A long and deadly held tradition. Oh yes. Hello, Nook. Hello, Jeffrey North. Come on, son. Bertrand, since Red Storm Rising, we actually saw Desert Storm, where heavy sound-off jamming and a shipload of decoys accompanied mass cruise missile strike. No, they no longer have specialist naval correspondents. Well, in fact, in my experience, newspapers have very few specialist correspondents at all. Let's put it this way. The one big advantage the Queen Elizabeths have versus any Cadabar carrier is their ability to surge aircraft into the air, because they don't need to reset. They carry a large strike group of Vistal aircraft, and they can just keep surging them. They can take them off. They don't have to reset and check the catapult. They don't have to do anything like that. It's literally go, 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 as quickly as they can get them up, and they can launch them. Which gives them an advantage, because let's say you've got an air group of 24, and you have 4 aircraft in the air and 4 on deck because you're already alert. You can launch those fairly quickly. Probably by the time you finish launching them, if you've got an alert going up, you'll have 4 more coming up to deck. And you'll have them ready to go. And so you can have half your air group in the air in... It depends how quickly and where the aircraft are in position to begin the cycle. If they're already on deck, you can arm them and prep them up on deck. If they're down below, it's how quickly you cycle how quickly you can cycle them through the lifts. But let's put it this way, it's not going to be a +5. Basically, I think Viking when I hear Longhouse. That's what most of the Western world felt when they, when they saw them, and that's what some of these houses have been given names in Western literature and Western understanding, which are based on what we call things which look similar back in Europe. Dan Freeman, basically. Really long houses. Me too. I suspect less clothes and less beards in Indonesia and Malaysia than among Norsto. Possibly. Eric Arkan, with the current orders of F-35 for the Royal Navies, do you think their numbers are sufficient to serve 2 carriers? Well, currently it's 48 ordered, which would be 24 for each carrier. Which is not great. You do need more than that. But they've pumped it down a bit because they can all F-35's in production, so they can order more in the next subsequent batches. So they pushed it to the next Parliament. And as I think I said in the recent episode of Bilge Pumps, the reason that I think they've pushed it to the next Parliament, and the reason I'm saying that, is because they're sitting there looking at the developments in unmanned aircraft, and they're going, right then, we have the Australian Loyal Wingman project going on, we have all these things. We should see how they work out before we make our decisions, because if we decide to go the mixed air group route, we can actually fit a lot more of those on the aircraft carrier. And you could end up with air groups of probably 8 Merlins on the carrier, probably 16 F-35s, and probably possibly as many as, depending on how the maths works out, up to 24 a UCAV. Which could work out quite well. Because usually, as a rule, your planning is for strike operations, you would have 1 F-35 with 3 Loyal Wingmen. And so if you've got 24 of those, you've got 8 F-35s you can use for a strike package, and then you've got the remaining 8 F-35s be orientated around air defense. Or if you can find the space, then you can up it even higher. You can have it even more, if you know what I mean. Dan Freeman. So the Royal Navy, I believe the saying goes, the naval ship in port is safe, but that is not the purpose of a naval ship. And Dan Freeman, the Royal Navy, Region Aeronautica, and the IJN both disagree with this. All disagree with this. Yes. Plus, I think the US then disagrees with it. Naval correspondence was also significantly shipping news. Not much call for that anymore, for automated fees. Naval correspondents were actually the naval carrier. There was the Merchant Marine Corps. The Times had a correspondent for Lloyd's Register, a correspondent for the Merchant Marine, and a Navy correspondent at one time. So they had 3 specialist journalists whose job was one was to investigate naval affairs and what was going on in the world of navies, one was to investigate the Merchant Marine, and one was Lloyd's Register, which was looking at the shipping industry. And they were all treble hatters. They were all employed for the Sunday Times, the Times, and the Financial Times. So they worked for all 3. And they would send their articles into whichever of the editors they felt the paper would suit it best. And I think about it, I'd like to know what the rate of putting aircraft in the areas of Queen is versus say Nimitz. Well, for Nimitz, the quickest it will put aircraft in is check the cycle rate of the catapults. But Queen Elizabeth, you can pretty much have it moving into position while that one's already taking off. So it's basically, they get to the halfway point on the flight deck. That's the go sign. They're gone. You're in position. Gone. Next one. Done, 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 done. And I have watched them empty the flight deck. And that was pretty impressive. There was a video which went around. Jeff Dabeloff. Works like ships, really. Need free airframes from each one you're operating. Well, that's the thing. If I had... I think I was earlier, I was talking about if I had... free LHDs, each with 12 F-35s aboard and 2 carriers with 24, that's 84. I'd want 120 F-35s overall to support that, because the odds are I would have 1 carrier, 1 F-35, 1 LHD operating, so that's 36. And I'd probably have another one in war, so that's maybe 48, with occasionally it being 56. So if I have 120 aircraft, I can properly sustain that force. Strike package sounds like some sort of internet cable mobile plan. Oh, that sounds fun. I have to say, it's kind of like Anuk and Dirt Squad. You're talking about the idea of the Chinese matching the Americans and these sort of things. That's true. You know, we've talked about on this channel the British 1890... No. 1889 defense program and the effect of that. There are many more examples when you sort of go the Risk Fleet built by the Germans. That's great. We're going to build this many ships. The Royal Navy are building more. So we need to build more. The Royal Navy are building even more. The Chinese have had an advantage, though. They've been building up while everyone else has been cutting, because the world was going to be peaceful. And no one was really wanted to pay attention, because no one really wanted to see what was going on in front of them. But we can always hope, because otherwise we could have a lot of problems coming us up soon. So, an underappreciated aspect is the Queen Elizabeth can do simultaneous recovery of aircraft too. Oh yeah. They have a lot of fun with their capabilities. What do you think of the USN CMV-22B Osprey long-range tilt rotor as an element for future Royal Navy sea power? No. It looks mighty attractive. It looks like a lovely idea. But the thing is, again, as I point out to this, and I get into this quite a lot. Okay, so let's say I have... What can the tilt rotor Osprey give me? It's the last generation, it's the previous generation, it's not the next generation of the generation of aircraft which are coming into service now. It's the old generation, the old type of tilt rotor. Okay, but that means at least we know what its problems are. So what am I getting it to replace? COD. And possibly airborne early warning. Can it do ASW? No. Can I land it on my frigates and destroyers and operate it from them? Well, some of them I can, probably. Some of them I can't. Okay, that's it going to take more space up in the hangar than the Merlin, which I designed my ship for? Yes. Oh. So, does this mean that I'm going to have logistics space, which is divided between, instead of being all for one type of aircraft, it's divided, for 2 types of aircraft, it's now going to be divided between 3 types of aircraft? In penny packets or numbers? Yes. See, the thing is, if I'm carrying an air group, which is made up of 2 aircraft types, and I'm supporting those two aircraft types. And let's say one of those aircraft types, Ada Merlin, is replicated across the surface units in my force, in that it's you can find it on my frigates and my destroyers. Well, then I can carry a lot more logistics to support those two aircraft types. For example, I can justify carrying more engines for them because I have the space. Because I don't have to I can carry full, complete engines and more of them because I can justify the space. Because if you think about it, I need different types of things for each of these aircraft. I need different types of fuel hoses. I need different types of logistic manuals. I need different types of rotor blades. There's a classic example, right? I can carry, let's say, 30 rotor heads. Now, if I've got 30 rotor heads and all I've got are Merlins, and I've got an entire air group of across the entire battle group, let's say, I have 24 Merlin aircraft, then I have enough rotor heads to replace every single helicopter's rotor head once while on deployment if I have to. And 6 spare. Now I'm carrying an air group of, let's say, 18 Merlins and 6 Ospreys. Well, now I need their rotors for them. And they each carry 2. So if I want to carry replacements for them, that's 12 taken off. Right, I've now got 18 spaces for my Merlins. So it means I've got no spare. I have no spare. If I have to need another emergency rotor head or anything, I use it, it's gone. So that's a problem. One, it makes things a lot easier. One makes things a lot more complicated. Osprey 28. With enough modifications, you could make an Osprey ASW cable, but it's so large, I really don't see the point. You'd have to do... It's so loud as well. You could make it ASW cable, but it's so loud. That's the problem. It's going to muck with your sensors. It's got a lot of space inside. It's got great internal volume for processing and capability, but you're going to need to do all sorts of things with it. As Dirt Squad has pointed, the Osprey is already difficult to fly. Adding a big radar set or a, I don't know, dipping sonar, not good fun for it. That's awesome. Saw that the USMC is being forced to retire the Huey and Cobra. Is that because the next generation ring are ready and Cobra being taken away, bringing a twin rotor Comanche? They are sort of coming along. That's the point. And there's only so much more life you can get out of their airframes before you have to start building brand new aircraft. And if you're going to build brand new aircraft anyway, you might as well do a clean sheet redesign. I'm finding, things I'm finding on this is capable of putting an aircraft in the air every 15 to 20 seconds. I think with the... I'm remembering from the video and the timestamp I saw, I think it was roughly every 10 to 11 seconds for the Queen Elizabeth, because they just don't have the cyclone thing. So if you think about it, the catapult has to go, comes back, they have to quickly check it. They're mostly these done with automated sensors these days, but someone also looks at it. And then they have to attach the aircraft to the catapult, and then it goes. And they have to check those. And then they do it. And that takes time. Whereas the Queen Elizabeth, it's just... So I think it was, I said, roughly every... It was under 10 seconds per launch. Which again is why you have so many catapults. So, Osprey is great for being able to airlift forces precisely over long distances. It's the model of the airborne glider. To replace Cobra and Apache, then the Huey would be a mix of Osprey and Chinook along the Huey lines. Ooh, interesting. Oh no. Also, current administration is deliberately doing exact opposite of previous on principle. Already starting on a more conciliatory policy. Calum Gaswood, 3 million versus Osprey. Besides, 3 V-22 versus 4 or 5, maybe Merlin airborne, slightly less capability, Merlin wins. That is the thing. You have to remember, the Merlin system has been designed around, you can use the same airframe, and you can take this out and put that in. So the Merlin's basically go, right, yes, sir. How many Merlin airframes are we carrying? 8. Currently configured 4 well, let's say 4 ASW, 3 airborne, early warning, and 1 troop transport. Cool. We need to insert troops rapidly. Yes, sir. What have we now got? 1 ASW, 3 airborne, early warning, 4 troop transport. Useful. We need to fire more constant air patrol. That's good, sir. How many helicopters we got currently? 2 troop transport and SAR and 6 airborne early warning, sir. That's the plans. They'd have to carry a lot more crow's nest radar, though, for it. I think that's going to be a limitation to that particular one. It doesn't. If I remember correctly, an S3B Viking couldn't use a dipping sonar. However, Sotos need to be carried under wings. But there is enough space internally for computer processing. Trent Lincoln. By the Osprey is already difficult too. This is a training issue of transitioning long flight hour USMC C-130 fixed-wing pilots to a rotor platform. And the pilots had no issues. If the Boeing 737 can be a SW aircraft, so can the V-22. Probably, but it would take a lot of work. Pete Dawson. Yes, catapults have 4 catapults, so minute catapult gives 15 seconds per launch. Yeah. Off-road 28. Remember that Australian plane route from World War II, making most of the mechanical components interchangeable between 2 types. Nicole Ross, hello. Would it make sense to put carrier maneuvering bridge in under ski jump ramp? Not really. There have been lots of options put there, but the trouble is, when you're high up, it's good for at-sea navigation because you can see a long way. When you're maneuvering to dock or anything like that, you again want to be able to look down the side of the ship and see the whole way. You end up with a scenario that you go, right then, in what circumstances is it best to be at the front of the ship? Because remember, they tried this on some of the interwar carriers. And it basically goes, well, when we're coming into port. Okay. Considering the difficulties it causes for other options, it's just easier to stick a tugboat there. Which is what they do. -640. I was just going to bring up. Nimitz has 4 places, each capable of landing it. QE does have 1 or 2. QE has 2 spots that it can use to launch the to the ski. 2 spots it can use, and as I said, they can just keep cycling. They don't have to reset any of the catapults or anything. So whilst they've got 1 ski ramp, they've got 2 spots they can warm aircraft on from memory. Yickers! Your daylight savings change got me late. Yeah, I know, it almost caught me out today. I thought I had an hour longer. I thought I had an hour till time, and I had all sorts of plans. I was gonna call my girlfriend and all sorts of things, and went, it's 6 o'clock! A large orange cat has just crawled into my chest. He's staring at my face and purring loudly. The well-known method of war domination. The cat. The giant cat is coming. I'm sure someone suggested that as a topic at some point. You were talking about or a crewman who knows limitations of a ship's maneuver through a radio. Yeah, the latter also works. Usually it's a killick. Sitting there with that job and going, you will fix. Right then. I'm going for the Kenneth Poolman one. I know, everyone thought when I put this big pile of books in me I was going to do it in order. No, I'm doing what I feel like doing when I do it. Good lord, it's 1 hour in and I've only done one book. That's bad. Okay, that's good. That is the case. 33 years in US DoD procurement gives you a whole lot of there was their stories. Mid-level C-130 community promoted before the zone clique was given preferential spots in V-22 development test community. These pilots could not handle ring vortex state issues that low flight time helo pilots could. There is a difference. It's one of the interesting things in the Royal Navy is that quite a lot of Royal Navy pilots are dual type qualified, in that they are both rotary and fast jet qualified, and they can fly both. In fact, even the current F-35 crop with the Royal Navy, it's not unusual to find them qualified to suit up with a helicopter and fly that as they are with the F-35. And this is another interesting thing for the Royal Navy carrier groups. It was even a thing in the Falklands War where you do find... How do I put this? The pilots all seem to be very busy. That they do. But sometimes you find a name pops into flight schedule for a type of for an aircraft in a squadron. You go, that name's not in that squadron. But they're on that carrier because they're in another squadron. And they're filling in the role. With the F-35, I wouldn't be surprised if that's less common from F-35 from helicopter to F-35 than F-35 to go and doing some time on a helicopter, especially as a second stick. But you might, as well, with knowing the Royal Navy, it might happen. Because that's the point. That's why you have the flight crews as trained as you can. Senral, harking back to the Crow's Nest versus V-22A, looking at the radar horizons of each, you're looking at a 6.49 minute warning versus an 8.47 minute warning against a Mach 2 Seascrew missile. Well, remember, neither of them are going to be traveling at top altitude the whole time, and it also depends where you're positioning them up threat. And that's the big thing with Crow's Nest and Airborne Early Warning. They can, if necessary, refuel from a Type 45 and be operating forward. Now, this book was published in 1972. So I'm not sure if you can find a copy of it anywhere. I will say this cost me £1.50. Yes, £1.50. I'm not sure what it is at current exchange rate, but possibly a couple of dollars. And it is a lovely, lovely book. Yes, if I felt motivated, I could probably write something better. But between this one and the other one I have on my shoulder by Commander David Hobbs, I'd have to do a really, really good book, because they've set a very high standard. There is this picture in it, which I always particularly like, which is them rescuing the captain of the SS Lisle Castle. And what I love is that's above a picture of King George VI. Yeah. With Admiral Sir John Turvey behind him. And Vice Admiral Sir Lumley Lister here. The Vice Admiral carrier training, and of course the gentleman who organised, well, Taranto. Great picture there. This is it, making seaway. And this is my point about landing on a carrier. That is not an easy flight deck to come down on. And there are lots of... Ooh. This one. Look at that. There are two escort carriers in that picture. This one and the one that's been taking a picture of it. And look at it. It's currently coming out the water. And you've got Nervina in Navy in heavy weather. Well, the bow is somewhere down here. I'm not sure if you can see it clearly on the camera. Well, there you go. And this is a really, really good book. So if you can find a copy, I honestly do recommend hunting it. Mm-hmm. Mancoon. Recrossness. Merlin forward deployed. I now have visions of one basing off the lead Type 45 for forward air defense. Wouldn't be surprised. Trentlenko, this. In real life, the sales material says it would be flyable by fixed-wing pilots. In truth, as a defense contractor says, it is the truth as a defense contractor says it. Reality was, fixed-wing transition pilots require additional training. That wouldn't surprise me. Trentlenko, time to unlearn fixed-wing habits and install rotary aircraft habits. About 40% of people died to learn that fact. The Osprey did have a very, very bad reputation from the beginning. Nicole Ross, for airborne early warning, does a blimp tethered to escort ship make sense, or is a blimp just an easy target locator for the enemy? Probably the latter. It's an idea, you know, tethered drones are being looked at for airborne early warning and the future radar. There are lots of options being considered. So they will probably look into it at some point. I won't be surprised if someone does go for it at some point, but I don't know. Dan Freeman, you're now being cruel. Anyway, I'm going to read this because it's pretty good. No traditional hammocks were slung in the CVEs. Unlike their British counterparts, sleeping quarters were located deep in the ship below the hangar deck. and were equipped with 3 level bunks, arranged very close together in units of 6. Hinged along one side to a tubular steel framework, with the units separated by narrow gangways. When not in use, these bunks were tipped up and secured to provide more space. This replaced the wakey-wakey lash-up and stow routine preserved in British-built carriers. There was usually a small space adjoining a sleeping mess deck equipped with a few chairs and tables, which constituted mess recreational facilities. These conditions were unhealthy and unpleasant and generally claustrophobic. Petty officers were only marginally better off. The noise of water hammer in the pipes each morning when the water was turned on was like a giant hitting the ship's side with a sledgehammer. The non-commissioned telegraphist air gunners preferred to spend their daylight off-duty hours in the well-upholstered armchairs of the ready room, situated immediately below the flight deck on the port side aft, and reached by steps from the hangar deck or by a passageway from the walkway running down alongside the flight deck. The blackboard in a battler's ready room bore permanently the approach speed of a swordfish. 60 knots, not 59 or 61. Presumably as a reminder to inexperienced pilots. The walkways were a favourite place to congregate when flying was in progress. The junior officers' cabins were 2-berthed, about 12 foot square, with metal fittings and a capacious wardrobe, a desk, and even a lock-up safe for each man. It was adequate accommodation, and superior in fittings to many quarters in British-built ships, but their position down in the ship below the hangar was not light, as their occupants feared being trapped if the ship was torpedoed. The hangar deck of a CVE was quite light and airy compared with one of the double hangars in a British fleet carrier, due to its greater height and to the various exits which led to sponsons projecting from the ship's side. The effect was to make the hangar of a CVE a more pleasant place to work in. It was here that the ship's cinema was located. The projector was housed in a room overlooking the aft part of the hangar, and a full-size screen was lowered down from the deckhead. There were film shows about once a week. When the weather was hot, the aft lift would be lowered, making the hangar reasonably cool. There were 2 workshops, one for wood and the other for metal, a full-size parachute packing room and drying room. Battler's doctor described her sickbay equipment as most generous and entirely adequate. It included a bacteriological research chest and an X-ray fluoroscope. Battler's small fighter direction room was packed with equipment. There were 2 plotting boards, a large-scale one covering the immediate vicinity of the ship and another covering a wider area. Close to hand, the ship's fighter direction officer had RT for talking to aircraft, auto telephone communication for ships. On the bulkhead, opposite him was an aircraft board recording the serviceability state of all aircraft, names of aircrew, amounts of fuel and ammunition in each machine, whether airborne or not, and if so, on what job employed, their time of departure and estimated time of arrival. Another small board recorded information about other ships in company, including their call signs. The general impression, wrote the aeroplane representative, left after visiting such ships as the Queen Elizabeth, King George V, and Ark Royal Ulster is one of comfortable cramp, perhaps, but cramp. Battleship design is always rather a case of cramming so much into so little. The Battler leaves no such impression. She is roomy throughout the hangar to heads. The American designers must be thanked for this. Battle embarked 6 Swordfish of No. 835 Squadron and 4 Seafires of No. 808 Squadron. The latter were a mixture of 2 Cs with 2 20mm cannon and 4 303 machine guns, and 52 Cs with Merlin Mark 32 engines for low altitude work. Remind myself, C is 100, X is 10, L is 50. Yes, 52 Cs. Battler left Belfast for Gibraltar on June the 4th, 1943, as part of the escort for Convoy OS-49 to Gibraltar. She flew off the usual anti-submarine patrols at sea, and on June 11th flew off 2 of her brand new Seafires to investigate a suspected hostile aircraft, which turned out to be friendly. The new Seafires were glamorous creatures, and those early Atlantic sorties were pioneering adventures in naval flying. But life for the workaday swordfish was less spectacular, as the tag recalls. Telegraphist air gunner. The minutes just before dawn, the dark, windy flight deck with swordfish arranged for takeoffs, carefully packing one's away and avoiding the whirling air screws to climb into one's own machine and clip the G-string to one's chute harness. Turn on the radio and wait for the green light from the bridge. Then the toiling rumble of the Pegasus dragging the machine almost unwillingly along the flight deck, uphill slowly and down, dale suddenly as the ship pitches, and then the contraption is airborne, picking up speed to climb away at 65 knots, leaving the safety of the home behind and below. In due course, the ship disappears, and all that can be seen is the inhospitable sea. With radio silence in force, only the crackling of atmospherics betrays the presence of the radio, and only the desultory voice of the observer calling a course to the pilot betrays the fact that there are other people sharing the emptiness with you. Cute. This is a good book. So you'll be pleased to know I just got the requested notification on my phone that you've gone live on YouTube. It marked was for 1 minute ago. Grumble. I have no idea, Melanie. I'm sorry about that. Samuel, honestly, the merchant converted escort carriers were one of the greatest inventions of the war. Yeah. Samuel, in the Long War, concept that gets talked about in bilge pumps, I'm sure we'd see them come back, but I just don't think we have enough aircraft. I think you would start working on the number of aircraft. Samuel, a converted merchant that could handle 10 to 12 Merlin ASWs would be a good convoy escort. We don't have enough Merlins to spare. We have to start building something rapidly. I wouldn't be surprised if what you would see would probably be... I think it was Boeing 106 Hummingbird, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me just check. Boeing Humming. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if what you saw is aircraft rather like the A160 get turned into something. Because whilst that was cancelled, there are various types of aircraft around like it, which have been developed from it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be Boeing A160 or something similar, which would be turned into an ASW with dipping helicopter with a dipping sonar and light torpedo. Coming out some retethered the blimps, Nicole Ross and Duckler. The Austro-Hungarian Navy tried them with sub-20 knot pre-dreadnoughts in the and with summer, during whenever. Very pleasant. And even then, they didn't think didn't work with moving ships and took forever to stuff them to hangar. Yeah. So, what would a modern merchant-hull-tuned escort carrier look like on a 200,000-ton Evergreen-class container ship? Well, that would be massive for starters. That's the thing with modern carrier. If you're building a modern escort carrier on a modern container ship, they are absolutely colossal. Starters, you need yards big enough to do conversion work. I'm not sure if anyone really has yards big enough to do conversion work in Europe. Potentially one or two in America. Potentially Southampton in the UK could be used if we can move a crane. Theoretically, Camel Lairds, if they, again, were some very clever about where they position things and probably use the other side of the river. But you're mainly talking about Korea, etc. could do it, and that would be an interesting thing. If you're going to blast those ones, they are orientated around slow chugging. And not really fast enough, even for... Well, they probably for carriers, for helicopters, they're fine, but for something else requiring more power for wind over air deck, they probably will be problematic. But you could carry a lot on them. If you get a smaller one, i.e. the size Atlantic conveyor, well, you can do some operations on that one. But that was more a transport, i.e. Pioneer, etc., than it was Unicorn. Nothing you've got to be sorry about. It's YouTube's fault, not yours. Yeah, but that YouTube aren't here to say sorry. I am. Although, have a drone if the wind is in the correct direction, wouldn't a large kite be as useful? Probably, but the thing is, that's if the wind is in the right direction. If it's not, then it's definitely not. Desmond, precisely though, the ever-given arena is too big and nowhere near enough to be anywhere near a war zone. Yeah. These things are very big. And one of the questions they have, and it was an interesting one, the captain, he's got trouble steering his ship, and he has to make the decision of, do I speed up or do I slow down? And he went with the thing of speeding up because that would give him more water past the rudder, which should give him more maneuverability and more control of the ship. But it didn't. It actually made things worse. And the thing is, I don't know if slowing it down would have made any better once it's in that sort of movement. Gladstone till Liverpool. I would hope so. I know Liverpool Uni are renaming things that they used to have them attached, but I would hope Gladstone is still in Liverpool. Because whilst Gladstone's... And I find it interesting. It wasn't Gladstone himself who was the slave owner. It was... I think his grandfather or something like that. And he sit there and go... There are a few things in most religious texts which are fairly common across them and seem to be part of human society as a whole. And one of them is, you do not punish the son for the father's actions, you do not punish the father for the son's actions, or you do not punish the child for the parent's actions, you do not punish the parent for the child's actions. So, yes, his name is associated with that. And I can see that. But he himself didn't. And perhaps the thing should be, but he found this abhorrent. He campaigned against it. He did all these good things. So he shows how you can turn around. How you can become better. And I'd have said that's a good thing to have for everyone to unite behind, but that's just me. I like Gladstone. So that could be colouring my judgment a bit. Take care, Sutton. My apologies to the dog. Patter from me. Jack, maybe car ferry in size of those crossing Baltic or North Sea might be more suitable for conversion to domestic carrier? Potentially. Trentling, Ever-Given is too big and nowhere near maneuverable enough to be anywhere near a war zone. 7th Fleet Burt class had 3 collisions in 7 months. Yeah, but there's other reasons for that with 7th Fleet, and one of them is they're overworked because they've got Burks doing frickin' everything. Samuel, in fact, Invincible kept 3 Sea Kings up more or less constantly on ASW for at least a portion of the Falklands War. So if you make enough provision for fuel tanks, don't see the problem. Yeah, and then I point out to Steve George, the bilge pumps we had with him where he talked about his Falklands War experience, and them running a Ripple 5, I think they got up to a Ripple 6 or something they were running at one point at the end because they had these aircraft doing all sorts of different operations. He doesn't. Easy to find your way back to the one in the Suez Canal. It doesn't move quickly enough to get out of range. Or should I go? Redock space in the UK. I think I know where some of my 3% budget would go. Yeah, that would be where some of the infrastructure work would go, definitely. That and fixing housing and other things for forces personnel. I'd probably fix their. I would try and make them have far more access, easy access to better quality gym, etc. equipment. Nicola, speaking of container ships, I have not seen anything on how ship lost control to block Suez Canal. Okay, basically the wind was blowing, which sounds really weird when you're talking about a big ship that size, but it basically turns it into a massive sail. So the wind's blowing, and it's trying to turn. And it has one shallow corner, then it has another one when it comes in, and it's coming in out of the sea, and it's trying to keep its pace, its place in the movement, and it overcompensates. Basically, it's like if you're on a car and you start to skid. And sort of going around. So I'm skidding, let's say this way. So I can, I might try and correct by turning slightly out of the skid to try, if you turn your sort of a slight sort of slip on the road because of black ice or something like that. Slight one, well, I might try and turn it to try and keep the car. But I might also, if I think it's going to be a bigger one, turn into the skid. And if I'm approaching water, and that's the and sort of a large amount of road is underwater, I have two options in that I can slow down and try and go slowly through it, which might end up with me being flown away or pushed away by the water, or I can speed up and try and make sure I'm carrying enough momentum with me when I hit the water that I keep going forward and I get to the other side. So basically, just imagine the car, the ship is a really, really big truck, that got too much. And you have options, and you look at the information, you think it's one thing, so you go, right, I'm going to try and slightly correct it, apply a bit more power and get through this bit, and then I'll be fine. But the trouble is, it wasn't that scenario, it was the other one. Trentling, Doug Clark, a evergreen CV conversion would have to spread the Escort over modern container ships and Gulf. That possibly you would do a thing like you would take their rear, where they normally have containers behind the structure at the rear, and just go wipe that out, put in a pre-built hangar, everything which slots into that space. I hope I've explained it now. Sorry, Mint Gladstone docked, a big one. It's still there, sort of. Desmond, ever given also partially crushed a ferry on the Elbe at Hamburg? The wind caught it, much like in Suez. They are very big wind traps. Desmond, if one can gain the benefit of a parent's deeds, should that benefit not also come with some responsibility? Not really. After all, the child had no say in what the parent did to get that money, and the grandchild definitely didn't have any. And most of the Gladstone's wealth came from his father and his mother's side, not his father's side, if I remember correctly, and they did very different things. What's a Ripple 5 or Ripple 6? Well, Ripple is about aircraft. Okay, when you're managing helicopters, you have them go operating in a Ripple. And a Ripple will mean, right, and how many have I got to keep in the air? What am I doing with my air groups? So as it goes sort of down the Ripple, one's in the air, one's in maintenance, one's this. And slowly they ripple out, and they keep going around the Ripple. So it's basically the word used to describe the operation of the helicopters. Dev Squad. The Evergiven had 68 kilometers squared. 68,000 meters squared, or 68 kilometers squared, of sail area to a broadside wind. Yep. Yeah, our government's working on a whole life career program for our armed forces, including police. Nick Waters. Jingles did say that the Portsmouth junior rates had an old tab lock with a broken lift. Junior officers had a grade 2 listed. Maybe fix the lift for a start. Yes, and get the junior officers out of the grade 2 listed building, which is probably leaking and all sorts of things as well. One of the things people go, grade 2 listed, this sounds lovely. No, it means it's everything has to go through Heritage England, and it's just terrible to try and maintain it or keep it up to standard. And everyone's living in Victorian designed rooms, which are designed for a lot shorter people who didn't have the concept of needing power or electricity. Trent Lanko, regardless, many tasks do not need 96 VLS and 10,000 tons of democracy. Yeah, this is what I hope the Constellation class frigates help out with. Hello, GC Fusion. It's getting there. It's getting there. There's a few more things I need to do, but it's good. That's good. Okay. Thank you, though. World War II, I can think of, say, HX-2929 that lost a little under 100,000 tons over 4 days. Today, that's not even half displaced on a single container ship. Yeah. It's just... no. And that was 13 vessels from HX-2929. Yeah. That was a lot. That's good. I imagine we could have a very interesting concept of the discussion on the philosophy of responsibility. That is a naval history podcast. Yeah, we could. I said, my view is, if it happens before you're born, you're not really responsible for it. Or if you're born that way, it's not your choice. That's luck of the draw. The rest is how you make of it. And this is speaking as someone who was a scholarship boy at the school which had a lot of kids who were born very comfortable. But let's put it this way. I'm fairly certain from the way they have still got it, still acting now, that I'm not sure their grandkids will be as comfortable. Right then. I just talked about 808 Squadron. Let's do this one. Orders. Fair about the grade 2 thing. When buying my house, one of the places which looked cheap turned out to be listed. Therefore, I'd probably be stuck with single glazing. Look, there is one part of my borough which is lovely. That I used to be on the council, and occasionally I served on the planning committee. And in the heritage area, literally the choice was they were having to ask the planning commission to change the windows. And they were okay, the windows they're proposing. I thought they fitted in with the keeping of it. But it was decided they didn't. And so their only option was they had to have wooden windows. And there's all sorts of things to fit in with the conservation area. And I was sitting there going, they had wooden windows, they were fine. Yes, but they were too wide. They were supposed to be wooden windows, rather like I have, with nice pieces of wood across them to make them look smaller, like little panes of glass. And the thing was, in the other area, most of them divided up the windows into 3. The ones they'd shown us to divide them up into 2. Had to go away and come back with ones divided up into 3. And you sit there and go, And honestly, that little change cost a huge amount of money added on, because no company that would make them to the specs had them already in filed to specs, so they pretty much were having to have those windows made custom. I sit there and go, that's just absurd. It is absurd. Now we're just talking about 808 Squadron, so I decided to go and track down 808 Squadron. Next book. Going on, so there are plenty of tasks for which the LCS is perfectly capable, provided that they do not corrode away and can make at least something around design, a speed, and not a third of it. Actually, my qualifications are MBBS London 2004, and also have an MRCP, but not an MD. In the UK, that is a postgrad degree rather than the basic qualification. Basic grammar. He skipped my message about green wallpaper. I didn't skip your message about green wallpaper. Nice, bright green wallpaper. Which Victorian design rooms? Oh, green wallpaper, which you can't take down because it's grade 2 listed. Yes. Or there is the always great purple wallpaper, which you not only have to preserve. Okay, you have to preserve, and if you cannot preserve it, you take it down. Or you have to, sections of it have been damaged by water damage or something else, you have to find equivalent wallpaper, which is going to have to be made to fit and to match in exactly to repair it and smooth it in, which means you're going to have to get specialist wallpapers, decorators in to do it. Heritage decorators. You do not want to know how much a heritage decorator charges. I only know because one of them came in to give a talk at Kingston to the students, and I was nominated to look after them. And basically, they work 3 days a week, and their take-home pay a year is about the same as a university full professor at one of the one of the large universities in the UK. Susan, how would you fix the Fairy Fulmar to meet the Iron's needs, but still be able to handle modern rivals they would end up facing? Fit them with 20mm cannon, starters, Hispano cannon. Give them the highest powered Merlin I could get in them. That's basically it. If they've got cannon, then they suddenly become a very different threat. So if they've got a pair of cannon and a pair of 303s in each wing, then you've got a big problem coming your way. Because, yes, it might not be as fast as you are, but with its range and endurance and its ceiling, if it's on airborne early warning cap, that thing coming in blasting is going to take out a big chunk of you. Yes, there is grade 1, there is grade 2, grade 3, there is also local heritage, national heritage. It's all fun. Can a property get listed without an owner's permission? Are older but unlisted houses more valuable than a similar house that's listed? A property can get listed without an owner's permission. It can get listed on the recommendation of the local historical society, which can petition for its listing. Which I have seen happen to people. It's like you can also suddenly find that your property, if you're a farmer or a landowner, can become a site of special scientific interest because they find a specific plant or animal living there. And again, that's part of the conservationism and protection of things, but it can immediately the owner doesn't have to apply for it. It can be put on there, and suddenly they have to live by those rules. Is there some health danger to purple wallpaper, or just the one's investment accounts? It's just I don't like purple wallpaper. It's just not what my color would be. Nicole Ross in US. You're kidding about preserving inside private homes on home? No, I'm not. Not in the UK. It's part of it. Welcome to the fun. Oh. New orders. There are cases of people doing major extension, alteration without planning permission, and being forced to return to original state. Yes, and being fined at the same time. Huge amounts. I do know I worked for a few years in a grade 1 listed building in the middle of World Heritage Site. Trying to do any form of improvement was a challenge. Yeah. Animal 16365. Question: how much of a difference in air operations if the angle deck was invented in the 30s? Not much. Honestly, if the angle deck had been invented in the 30s, you already had landing and taking off take place at the same time. It's only when you get more powerful aircraft that you need the angled deck. You can do landing and taking off. When you've got a swordfish operating from a flight deck, you can do landing and taking off at the same time quite happily, even without an angled flight deck. It's only once you start to have the more powerful 2,500 horsepower high-speed aircraft and you really want to do high-level operations that you're starting to need the angled flight deck. Once you've got the twin-engined aircraft in, you need the angled flight deck. Once you've got the jet aircraft in, then you need the angled flight deck because their speed of approach is that much greater. Their landing speed is that much greater. The chance of them going forward and the distance they need to land and recover is that much higher. So that's the reason. So 30 is not much more different. Not an expert, but most grade 1 places it'll be obvious that it's a really old, well-preserved building. There are exceptions, e.g. later humble places listed for uniqueness or something. Yeah. Hello, Juno 191. Decision. He essentially said, Dan Freeman, he essentially said that I go for the cannons and the wedging in a double wasp. That CNME 109 handled that. Pretty much. If that's how you fix the Fulmar, that would definitely fix the Fulmar. Escort. The fines tend to come down when the owner tries to avoid their responsibilities. If they try to get it fixed by non-heritage contractors who just make things worse, for example. Oh, yeah. Oh, that can be fun. There's always always the threat of prison time if you really muck it up. Had a story about some company bigwig going to a job site, didn't like the person who told them to get off the coffee, said no, told them they were fired and to get off the site, repeated it with said worker recording. One of 7 people in the country qualified to replace the Crown Morning grade 1 listed property. It was booked sold and unable to return, nor were everything else 6 available. Yeah, sometimes. Anyway, so Squadrons of Fleet Air Arm by Ray Sturviant. I will always sing this book's praises. It's really, really cool. Nick Waters, Fulmer equivalent of Lag 5. Lagluga Radar, ugly but fast. Yeah, or you just go for the highest rated Merlin available. You will do. And most of those larger, more powerful radials actually don't come available till 1941-ish. Time. There's a reason why the Hellcat doesn't work when it's first looked at, and the Americans and everyone goes with the Brewster Buffalo. Number 808 was formed at Worthy Down on the 1st of July 1940 as a fleet fighter squadron with 12 full Mark 1s, later Mark 2s. After workup, it moved to the Isle of Man for land-based patrols over the western approaches in the Irish Sea. In October, it embarked in HMS Ark Royal to join Force H in the Mediterranean, which it took part in a number of actions. 2 enemy Shadowers were shot down during an attack on Sardinia in North November, and 2 more aircraft were destroyed whilst taking part in operations against Sicily in January 1941. Another success was scored during the defence of the Malta convoy in May, and 15 more were claimed jointly with the number 807 squadron in July and August. When HMS Ark Royal was sunk on the 30th of November, the remnants of the squadron were put to shore to Gibraltar, where they absorbed into number 807 squadron. On 1st of January 1942, number 808 reformed at Don Mistral with 6 former 2s. After a brief period in HMS Beta during September, it disembarked to Stretton, where 9 Seafire L2Cs were received on the 1st of December. After working up in HMS Battler during the April and May 1943, the 4 aircraft of A Flight re-embarked in June for a Gibraltar convoy escort. Focke-Wulf 200 Shadow being shot down on 22nd of June during the return convoy. The whole squadron joined the ship in July for the Mediterranean, where fighter cover was provided during the Salerno landings in September. A few aircraft going ashore to a beachhead airstrip. After this, number 808 returned home in HMS Hunter for training at Buscombe, in close support as part of the newly formed 3rd Naval Fighter Wing. After re-embarking for exercise in the new year, further training was undertaken for bombardment spotting and target reconnaissance. In May, the squadron was attached to number 34 Recce Wing of the 2nd Tactical Air Force, Royal Air Force, to put its training into practice during the Normandy invasion, but then re-equipped with 20 Seafire L3s, or 53s, and based on Leon Solent. After completion of this task, the squadron went to Ballylarbert, where in October it re-equipped with 24 Hellcat 1s and 2s, and with these it joined HMS Cadiz in January 1945 and sailed to join the East Indies Fleet. In April, air patrols, spotting and shipping attacks were undertaken during operations off Malaya and Sumatra. 6 aircraft being temporarily embarked in HMS Emperor for a strike. In May, air cover was provided during the reoccupation of Rangoon. Then a similar task, as well as photographic reconnaissance, was performed during anti-shipping strikes in the Andaman Sea. This was followed in June by strikes against Sumatra airfields. After VJ Day, cover was provided during the occupation of Malta and of Malaya, the aircraft being disembarked to Coimbatore, and the personnel being taken in HMS Cadiz for the United Kingdom, where the squadron disbanded on arrival on the 5th of December 1945. On 25th of April 1950, the number was taken up again, with number 808 reformed as a Royal Australian Naval Squadron at St Miriam. Equipped with 13 Sea Fury FB-2s, it embarked for Australia in HMAS Sydney in August as part of the 21st Carrier Air Group. In July 1951, the squadron transferred to the 20th CAG and rejoined HMAS Sydney for 3 months action in the Korean waters. The squadron transferred to HMAS Vengeance in September 1953, eventually disbanding at RANAS Nora on the 5th of October 1954. Number 808 reformed at Yeovilton, again as a Royal Australian Navy Squadron, 10th of August 1955, with crews from number 891X Squadron, equipped with 8 Sea Venom FAW-20s. Re-equipped with FAW-53s, it embarked in HMS Melbourne on 20th of February 1956 for passage to Australia, where Nora was used as a shore base. After several periods of embarkation, the squadron disbanded Nora on the 1st of December 1958. Its all-weather flying task being taken over by number 805 Squadron. This is a really cool book. It was awesome. The way to fix Fulmer is replace Merlin with Griffin and call it a Firefly. That does help. Dev Squad. And if you are really belligerent, then the Heritage Agency can acquire the property from the owner without recompense. Yeah, they can do fun. Where's going? Note to self, never buy listed property. If you're prepared to work with the heritage people, they can do a lot of work for you and they can help you out a lot. They will have a listed of, unlike in normal circumstances when you're building a property, the heritage agency will have a list of approved contractors who will be of very high quality. They will do the job to standard, because if they don't, they lose their heritage recommendation and then they lose all their work. They will have they will have someone who will come and check on the quality of the work. So you will have your own architect or whatever if you're doing this, but you'll have someone will come in and be checking the work with you. And so if you don't like something that's been done and you think it's being done not done the right way, you have someone to report it to, and they will order them to do it again. And in the nicest way, you won't pay for them to do it again. They will have to do it because it's not, they've done a mistake. So there are some advantages, but overall it's a lot of paperwork and a lot of stress. Do you know what on? Saw you on Armchair Admirals yesterday, and the reaction to Blackburn Church in the chat. It was fun. I'm hoping it's difficult for Jamie to be on there, but I hope he comes back again. I know it's timing issues. I think if there's a good, I think depending on the topic, I hope he does come back again, because it was a lot of fun having him there as well. For me and Drac, it was a lot of fun to have Jamie there. We'd have liked Jingles there as well. It was supposed to be all of us, but I think poor Tookie would have been completely overwhelmed. Animal 16365. What was the Fleet Airarm pilots Fleet Airarm pilots think of? Think of the American naval aircraft they received. They liked them. They thought they were large, but they were nice. I'm at work, and I'm late to work. I'm late because of work. I'll catch up with the hello from Belgium. Take care. Hello, Carl. Hope you're okay. Green wallpaper contained arsenic. Napoleon loved the colour, and that is probably what did him in. Long enough period of inhaling arson, and yeah. It's fun. On the plus side, it saved a few more millions. Remember the London pub that got semi-demolished by developers? They forced to rebuild the brick by... Yeah, that's good. As Dovescott's response to it, J. Buff, for that first time that has been demanded by a court. A very important precedent, because developers destroying listed buildings and just paying the fines because the business was fairly common if they thought they could make enough money. Yeah. Dekaza, hello. So, with respect to the Fulmar, Henderson was largely correct in that the FAA needed 2,000 horsepower engines. Wonder if the Griffin might have been used, or would it create excessive weight? Be an issue? No, it could have been used. Remember, the Fulmar. The Fulmar, like the Firefly, descend from the work which Fairey had been doing on things like the Heart and other aircraft on their light sort of. Well, the Hawker Heart was, of course, a different manufacturer, but similar those projects which had resolved in the Hawker Heart on terms of the light bomber category, which had made a far stronger aircraft. The reason light bomber proved a good base of aircraft to develop into a fighter was because they were light bomb was basically RAF code for we want a dive bomber, but we want a dive bomber. So they had to be really, really strong airframes anyway. And then they just made them stronger. Nicole Ross. So to maintain electrical systems, do you have to use both cloth or use cloth wrapped electrical cable? No sprinkler systems, porcelain light sockets, and electrical sockets? You are allowed to upgrade them, but they have to look heritage. Don't get me started on that one. They have to be in keeping. So basically, the big white plastic boxes and the plastic tubing I have going around my office to protect the cables and make sure they're okay wouldn't be allowed. Hi, Carl. That's good. If you work with heritage agencies, they even have funds that are available to cover some of the extra costs if it's much more expensive than normal. They do. They can be very helpful. Hi. In a scenario when the HMS Furious operates in the Pacific post-December 1941 with either an independent RN group or combined RN US groups, how much risk would she be in of friendly fire due to her similarity in appearance to some IJM carriers? And what about the same issue, courageous and glorious, provided they never run into German explosives? They'd have probably been okay. They would have been okay. They would have coordinated that quite well. However, I honestly think if you'd had Courageous and Glorious still in service in 1941, when they were sending Force C out there, you would have probably found... Okay, other ships would have been made available to go to the Far East. There would have been other carriers in service and gone to the Far East. So it would have been a case of it's available. Now, sorry, a friend is just calling me, so I am sending them a link to my YouTube. So they know what I'm doing while I'm not picking up the phone. Oh, that's 100%, so I'll go there. But no, if they'd gone there, it would have been quite fun. It would have. Let's put it this way: that is the big problem for the Royal Navy. If you have even one more carrier in service, Force Z probably doesn't happen like Force C happens. And I say this because it's quite simple. If Force C has a carrier with it, that carrier will have air defense fighters airborne, but it'll also be able to coordinate more readily with the land-based fighters ashore. Kind of like what Cunningham is trying to do when we're talking about Battle of Madpan. So in that case, you have far more fighters coming to support Force C. You probably also have more destroyers and have a cruiser operating with them, at least, probably a couple. In which case, yes, they might have been air defense C cruisers or something like that, but they would have been with them. So Force Z might survive. That would have then had an impact in subsequent operations because you then have, let's say, Abda happens. Well, that force suddenly can go, yeah, and our center is 2 British battleships and an aircraft carrier. Woohoo! Which have radar, which are night capable. So then for the Japanese to start fighting them, they're going to need to send a lot more forces down heavy cruisers. You also might see the fall of Singapore might not happen if you have that force going around there, because, again, the logistics and the operations of the Japanese force be under far more threat. Darius Rosowski, in Poland we have similar nightmares with listed properties. There's also Greenwell Birkin going Arsena. Yeah. Carmen, when will we get jingles on Biltrons? We're trying. So, confusion is possible, likely less so with today's instruments and radios. We always hope less so. Confusion is possible, but it's unlikely. I mean, really, if a normal contractor does a terrible job, they can generally be made to do it again as well, though. I'm guessing it's easier with heritage guys, though. Yes. With a modern contractor, it tends to be hours of arguing and possibly even lawyers, or if you consider what's happened here, severing of relations, if you consider the base on this office. But with Heritage One, they can lose everything, so they tend to fix that up quite well. Daransky, the Fleet Air Arm loved the Corsairs. They did. Awesome. Staff Thompson, Duck, speaking of archer arms, could you possibly put a big bungee tickets to replace to making a battle cruiser line? I only have iron ships left in the Legends tree. Also, T-32 mins is until we have to head out. Take care. Khan, 2 slipways and a pickling pond in the old naval base where I live, which built many important ships, are possibly going to be filled with concrete. They are listed. Ah, the joys of it. To be fair, they'll have to fill it in such a way that it can be removed. Can you imagine that fun and that architectural problem? Grade 2. Decato, wait, this room problems. Sorry. Thanks, Doc. But would it handle the talk of the Griffin? I think we're talking about the Ferry Fulmar, and yeah, you could make it handle. Yes, you'd have to do some work, but it had an all-metal airframe, so you could do that. The outside must be in keeping, and in Nemby, all houses on the seafront must be a certain colour, well painted all year, and Welsh slate roofs. They're listed as well. Oh, fun times. So you'll have to maintain the slate electrical panel then. Drac should really know you stream on Sunday nights by now. Oh, not Drac. Another friend. Anno 16365. Thanks for you and Energy Director. Helps pass the time, and you both give out information that I really don't have time to look for. Thank you. Well, that's what we're here to do. Vision. There's no point having information, not sharing it. And sometimes, and that's basically been my policy of life. There's no point doing all the study and then going, you know what, I'm going to keep all this information to myself. Like, it's my precious. I'm going to take it into my dungeon and keep it after I've acquired it all. No, share it. That's why I find it funny when people go, oh, I'm no longer going to be an academic. I'm retired. I'm leaving academia because of all my troubles. So that means, you know, and the people are turning around to me and saying, oh, that's terrible. Then where are you going to share your information with? And I'm just going, write a article in newspapers occasionally, or do a YouTube video, or all sorts of things. You've acquired all this information. Even if you're not going to work in academia, you can still share it. You can still pass it on. You can still give it life. And that's what we should do. Vision, hello. Got my first shot this morning. In World War II, well, good for you. World War II, battleships and carriers worked best together. 4C should not have deployed in combat by carrier. It was definitely the RN's hope. If you consider the force which Admiral Somerville ends up being put in charge of, that's what they hoped. They'll be able to get out there because, again, imagine you've got Repulse, Prince of Wales, and Warspite. Now, that would have been a mighty fighting force. He has Indomitable and Formidable, from memory, as his carriers, and then gets Illustrious. So again, if he had those 2 carriers, and if you'd had, as I said, if you had Courageous, Glorious, and Ark Royal, if you'd had all 3 of those available, the difference would have been amazing. You would have probably got Ark Royal deployed out there. basically the dream spot for the Far East. You might have had other ships deployed out there. Reckon probably it would have been Ark Royal and Indomitable, which would have been deployed out there if you had Courageous, Glorious, and Courageous, Glorious still in service. And that with 4C, that would have been a scary thing for the Japanese to take on. And John say, Shumack, also, Abda having the battleship, battlecruiser, and carrier virtually assures that the Iron will be in charge of the force regardless of seniority. And the fact that you'd have had the full Admiral Tom Phillips out there would have been probably ensured that one. Can't harm them. They are stating that they can do it, so it can be removed theoretically, but won't give any examples of it successfully happening. Well, then that sounds like there needs to be a complaint to the local planning authority. Because if they haven't produced an example of it being successfully happening, then they cannot do it. You actually have to show testings if the planning authority demands it. Costratus, if you had to compare each nation's performance between World War I and World War II, how would you rate them? Picking overall strategic, operational, tactical act is your choice. I'd say strategically, Germany's gamblers, and sometimes it pays off, but often it doesn't. America does fairly well in both wars, but in both wars they get dragged in, which they don't really want to. When they're trying for an isolationist policy and it doesn't work, because you can't ignore the world, no matter how much you'd like to, no matter how big you are. Italy does really well and sacrifices a lot in the First World War, but in the Second World War it has terrible leadership. Good on a tactical and operational level, terrible on a strategic level. France do okay in the First World War, apart from in the Adriatic, where they really shouldn't have been involved in anything fighting the Austro-Hungarians because they proved atrocious. But did okay. Second World War, I'm trying to avoid marking him down because I personally dislike de Gaulle. Mainly because he is such... There are so many good French generals and commanders and leaders available, and it's de Gaulle. Oh. But, yeah. And Britain has the same problem in both world wars. And that is that we put a lot of money in research and development. Always happy to pay for research and development. But we don't tend to have enough money put in industry to build up quickly. In the Second World War, in the First World War, we're better placed industrially-wise than we are in the Second World War. In the Second World War, we've got our industry sort of developed in terms of aircraft production. we've got it on the way there with ship production, and we've got it sort of edging towards there with vehicle production. But none of it's there. It's all 2 years away from being at the performance it can be. And then what happens? Carl Hammond, shall we challenge Drac for 6 hours of video? No. As said, I wasn't that well yesterday. I'm okay today. I'm just still still tired, but I wasn't that well yesterday. I'd managed to overtire myself. So no, I'm not challenging Drac for 6 hours of video. Escort, there's no point having information and not sharing it. MI5, MI6, and GCHQ would be very strenuously disagree on this point. Yes, but even then, they have to share it with the government so the government can make informed decisions. They have to share it. And sometimes with allies, under the Five Eyes agreement. Darius Round saying, poor Drac had to endure 18th century naval rations. Yeah, you're being nicer than I was. I was laughing down the phone at him. Where were RN carriers in December 1941? All over the world. They're in the Mediterranean, they're in the North Atlantic, they are in the South Atlantic. There's one operating in the South Atlantic. They're being worked up. They're basically everywhere they need to be that's actually in a war zone. Vision, did the loss of 4C help the Japanese by hurting British morale? Not really, because the British tend to get more annoyed than distraught. They get distraught after the war. There's a lot of post-war, oh, we must have been really upset and desperate when it happened. But actually, during the war, if you look at the reports from people, most of them, it's kind of like the reaction of Hood getting sunk. We're annoyed, not devastated. Nicole Ross. But Bill Trumps, do an episode on worldwide museum ships and maritime museums worth visiting or should skip. We are looking into that one. The museum we all recommend that we sort of that is pretty cool is the Fleet Air Museum in Yeovilton, which doesn't get as much attention, or Imperial War Museum Duxford, which really doesn't get enough attention. Night Heron Production. How much of a game changer would the Barracuda dive bomber have been had it been developed in unlimited numbers in the Mediterranean, say, by early 1941? If you'd had the Barracuda dive bomber available in 1941 in limited numbers, it would have been fairly useful. In fact, it was a general purpose bomber and able to do the torpedo strike role, I think, as well as the dive bombing role. Would have meant you could have replaced the Swordfish as your strike aircraft, so it would have been a lot faster, a lot more dangerous strikes. So you can imagine what they could have done with that. But they're also a bigger aircraft, so you could have carried less, so that would have probably had a knock-on impact on Taranto and Matapan in terms of carrier numbers, in terms of aircraft. But interesting. Come. What's your take on the UK-China tensions? Can we expect to get worse? They will get worse. They'll reach a peak about the point at which HMS Queen Elizabeth and her carrier battle group turn up in the South China Sea. And expect the threats and language to get positively interesting, especially from the wolf warrior diplomats in Europe keep trying to outshine each other with their Twitter and other pronouncements, but don't expect anything to actually happen. Shomak, doing things the RN thought would be useful, but they were available remarkably quickly once the war started, which means they could have been made available for force rank. That always sounds good in paper and that sort of thinking, but the thing is, that's kind of post hoc ergo proctor hoc. They're available afterwards, so therefore they would have been able before, a variation on that one. And it's not quite true, in that you're actually fighting a war, so you actually need them more there. It's like Indomitable, it was being theoretically going to be sent out there, but Formidable was going to the Mediterranean, and then you have the Mediterranean not having a carrier for a while in the Mediterranean fleet in the Eastern Med, principally because they have a carrier, they need the carriers for the Eastern Fleet. So that's the thing. As I said, Courageous and Glorious being sunk is the big problem, and Ark Royal, do not get me started on. The fact that they could not do proper damage control because they didn't understand what they weren't following the manual. Going on, planning committee on the council seems on board with them. To quote them, it gives the opportunity to restore the history if wished, but will allow Elsa in the current give immediate jobs. That sounds like they're not doing their job. Nicolas, 4C, wouldn't a carrier just had its cap overwhelmed and then just have been a bigger disaster? Not really. You have to remember, the aircraft don't all come in once, they turn up in waves. And there are land-based fighters as well to on call. So if you'd had a cap, you'd have launched your own fighters, you'd have kept up. Remember, the Royal Navy's fairly good by December 1941 at maintaining a cap. If you'd had, let's say, Indomitable out there, as I said, could have been Ark Royal if she'd still been afloat, but let's say Indomitable is available earlier and is out there. She would have had probably 24 to 30 fighters aboard, as well as 24 to 30 strike aircraft. So she could easily maintain a cap of 6 to 8 aircraft airborne or alert, which would have broken up many of the strikes coming in, made the torpedo attacks far more difficult, made the dive bombing attacks far more difficult, plus radar and radioactive. And if she's already doing air control of the air defenses of her own fighters, then you've got land-based fighters which are in range, which could fly over and go under the control of the cap and be supporting the cap. Instead, what they were trying to do, because they didn't have a cap, because they didn't have a carrier, they were keeping radio silent to not reveal their position to the enemy. So then when they start calling for help, then the fighters aren't already there. Whereas if you're already there, you're already operating a cap, and you then call for help, then you've got your cap, and then you've got fighters coming in to support you. Yes, there's always a potential that you lose the carrier, but there's also the far greater likelihood that you disrupt the attacks and you get away quite happily. Trentelenko, I'd have paid to see Admiral King's head explode if 4C had arrived with a pair of carriers and C-class cruisers and a DD flotilla in Abda after Pearl Harbor. It would have been interesting. Just remember, that would have been a pair of battleships, a battleship and a battle cruiser as well, and probably an extra battleship on top of that would have been soon out there. So yeah, it would have been interesting for Admiral King. Shumack, Vision, the loss of the 4C was a blow to the British because they lost 2 of their most useful cavalry units. Not really. Remember, Repulse hadn't had the renown upgrades. So really you lose Prince of Wales, which is one of your fast units. You know what, a St. Bernard puppy just stole my breakfast. Good for the St. Bernard puppy. Mm-hmm. Sure, look at how much of a narrow-run thing 4C was in real life. Imagine if you removed 20% of the aircraft attacking aircraft and add extra AA. Imagine if you disrupt all the aircraft attacking. So instead of them being able to attack in groups, they've got fighters intercepting them. Remember, the big thing with air defensive fighters isn't your shooting down of aircraft at this time. Even to Monday isn't shooting it. It's the disrupting of air attacks. Instead of we were talking earlier about the big concentrated air attacks which the Russians want to do about carriers and, masses of missiles and da-da-da. If you can launch a mass missile attack strike and you can get it all off, that's great. Red Storm Rising is a good example of how they have to go about to do that. But if your air attack gets disrupted, if you don't manage to do a concentrated launch, if it's a ripple, if instead of it coming in one big lump, it's coming in fits and starts, that can really undermine it. Drakenfeld Turkish scenario. Anyone but Darlan leading the French and Mirza Kabir. We can all hope for that. And productions. Given the RN carrier doctrine of night flying in addition to daytime operations, how much would their carrier system have changed the early Pacific campaign? Look at the impact of Victorious on her deployment, on the impact that has on the Americans. If you have British carriers out there from the beginning, you have an impact. You probably have... Let's put it this way. If you have it to the point that you end up with a combined Anglo-American carrier task force joined up and formed, so let's say fight Coral Sea, and so you maybe have 2 to 3 British carriers joining up with 2 to 3 American the 3 American carriers, and maybe 2 British carriers run, then you would have a very different war. You'd possibly end up with actually a joint Allied command, with Nimitz being in charge of the overall force and a British admiral being one of the task force commanders. And when I say one of the task force commanders, might well be, you know, joint assets. It's amazing what happens. As I try and explain to people on a regular basis, Norway is a major thing for World War II. The RN loses a carrier, and they lose control of Norway. If you have control of Norway, and you don't lose that carrier, World War II becomes very different, because the amount of resources Britain could have sent to the Far East, far, far greater. Grace Darcy. Everybody expecting the war to start in 1941-40 at the earliest, even the Germans. Hence rearmament still in progress in 1939. The British were expecting 1942-3. Rambreza, what's your hang-up with Beatty? Mostly he slides over to Fleet Air Arm. Precisely. Adolf saw an opportunity to pull the trigger early. No, he didn't think. The thing, Adolf didn't think the Allies would back up. They thought they'd back down over Poland. He kept thinking he was gambling because they backed down so many times before. He thought they'd back down again. Gemma, isn't bigger than in some other countries disconnection between research and mass production British industry organic problem, with examples in World War I and post-World War II air and car production? Yeah, it is. There is all sorts of issues with that one. Gina Shumack, King probably would have been even more loath to ask, but in private probably would have been happy to have them. Yes. Manly, annoyed. Manly 64, annoyed, sorry. But you're describing the response to Hood being sunk as annoyed? Goodness save anyone when you actually get mad at. Yeah, pretty much. This is what I would describe the response to Hood as. The British were royally annoyed. You sunk Hood. We are going to sink you. It's literally, it's annoyed. Getting mad is a slightly different thing, a level beyond that. So, on that point, how effective was the Barracuda later on, particularly compared to Avenger? Barracuda was fairly good once they got everything, all the problems worked out, but let's be honest, during World War II, you wanted to be an Avenger for most of that period. Carl Gaspard, a loss of Hood being annoyed. Of course, if Bismarck sank Hood and Prince of Wales and makes it a press after 80, then British morale gets an end. Oh, yes, under those circumstances. But the fact is, we sank Bismarck. So it went from being a morale loss to a morale boost. I'm not sure that question comes from Carl Harman about nukes. Nicole Ross, does UK carrier battle group have sufficient logistics ships, or have they been mostly eliminated? No, we have a fair number of logistics ships. They are mostly going to be replaced soon. The trouble is they're old at the moment, but we have enough. They're just old, and then next phase of thing which has to be replaced. But they're fine for what they can do, and they've been modernised as much as they can be. Hi, Tom Golding. Sure, Mike. I know King being an Anglophobe is really funny, but it's not true. No, King was more of a he didn't want anyone else in his operating area. He wanted to win his war. The trouble is, having the British around meant he had to include someone else in his strategic thinking and actually work with someone else, and he didn't want to do that. It's slightly different. It's not so much an Anglophobe as a just being a micromanager. Decision. Sounds about right. Pyrenees is big on its own. Mixed with a St. Bernard would mean 150 pounds of very affectionate fluff. Yep. Desmond, is it known whether Admiral Darlan had Nazi sympathies? Admiral Darlan was just Darlan. Some people are just idiots. Okay, let's just go with that one. I do love it. You can find at history conferences people constantly going, oh, there must be some sort of hidden reason for this. No, there is a simple solution. They are just an idiot. Pardon me. Let's see. Calhoun, there's the chance of sweeping off a plane from the carriers. Dan Freeman, yeah, so field trips to Yalton and Duxford in the near future? Always happy to go to those. Portsmouth, Chatham, Hendon. Chatham is lovely. Portsmouth is lovely. Hendon is a good museum, but the toilets are a nightmare to find. And I know that because I take students there. And you do not want to know what it's like. You're going to a thing, they're all looking forward to seeing everything. On the way back, you have got an hour's trip in a coach with a load of students going, do you know what? The loos were impossible. Did anyone find the loos? Where were the loos? It's in there going, you're all adults. You're all university students. Surely you can read signs. But I do agree with them. There are the loos at the entrance and there are the loos behind the restaurant. And that's about it. So you have to know where you're going to spot them. And the signs are teeny, but they are adults. They are supposed to be able to find them themselves, but not spend the whole coach journey complaining about it. Dub Squad, if there had been fighter cover for Force Z, would it have been more likely that torpedoes would have been aimed at certain mass and the arm belt, or just missed completely? Well, it would have been more likely that they would have been aimed, well, probably. That sounds strange. They'd probably have missed completely, or they might have still hit, but they would have been nowhere near have concentrated. There would have been less of them. They wouldn't have been able to do a multi-angle attack because the aircraft would have had to keep together to provide mutual defense against the fighters. The fighters would have broken up the track, so they'd been coming in dribbles and drabs, which would have made it easier to avoid them if they had launched, and possibly would have put off their angle. Because again, when you're dropping torpedoes at a moving target, it's not exactly easy. The Royal Navy and the Japanese Navy make it look easy because they do it quite so well. But they still lose aircraft, and it isn't easy. And they do a lot of training to try and make it out good. Harmon. America, what happened? Hey, do you mind escorting us, please, with those lovely fast battleships and battlecruiser? Oh, and those carriers and air cruiser guys, teach us your ways. Well, that's the thing. If the Royal Navy has the 2 fast battleships and the battlecruiser, plus 2 aircraft carriers, and the Americans are just bringing 3 aircraft carriers to the party, then you could have ended up with a form of ABDA, which was basically the US Navy and the Royal Navy and allies combining into one mighty force for Coral Sea. And that could have been an interesting Coral Sea. Because imagine Coral Sea with the British carriers doing a night strike before. So the British would be doing night flying and would be doing night reconnaissance and had radar and all sorts of things for their air surface search radar for their aircraft. So they could have found the enemy the night before, and that could have... You could have a really different battle if you have a British carrier doctrine out there. Sometimes, what if Japan had ignored Pearl and confined itself to defensive operations versus the Philippines while grabbing Southeast Asia from UK, France, and Netherlands? Would FDR have successfully intervened? Yes. You can't ignore Pearl, because if you ignore Pearl, then the US Navy can come and know you en masse. That's the thing. The whole reason they do Pearl is because that makes it viable, because that's the largest navy in the area which can cause you any trouble. Nicole Ross, was 4 Seas disaster immediately reached the UK public, or was the information held back for some time? Not long. It was held back a bit, but not long. $1640. It's a lot easier for 5 soldiers to win 100 against 150 comparatively armed attackers when those 150 come one by one. The Casso. With respect to 4C, it was a pity, in a way, that Repulse had not been rebuilt to renowned standard. It was a pity. Gun comments. An extra CV hull at Coral Sea and around the Solomon would have made a huge difference for the Americans. Yes. So that is all back down to Norway. Vision. Will the Type 31s get torpedoes and ship missiles in the end? That can be fitted with them as it is from the beginning, as far as I understand. Eric Aken. In the 1970s, there was talk about Norway becoming a protectorate of Great Britain. 1790s. How do you think that? How do you think this has been working? This would have been. How do you think this would have been working? If it had worked, it would have been useful. And 4C was sent out before the war broke out. Apologies for emphasis. And in fact, Repulse had been attached to Sydney a few days before things got nastier. Hello. Dan Freeman. There's a lot of questions coming in. And I'm just trying to catch up. Things got out nasty. They weren't going to fight necessarily. No, the whole point of 4C was it's supposed to serve as a deterrent, which is why, again, if you needed carriers for actual war operations, they were getting it over the deterrent operation. Gordon Collins, especially if they can operate at night and interdict Japanese shipping around Guadalcanal. Yeah, that would have made it interesting. Vision. Economist reports UK sending 2 OPVs, then 2 frigates forward deployed to Singapore. Probably 1 OPV. Then 1 frigate. It's probably going to be a single frigate with another one occasionally turning up for a visit yearly, and one forward deployed, kind of like what we're doing in the Gulf. Take care, Sub Swanson. Good luck. Okay. Crazy Locker, how much longer are you going, Dr. C? You need to get cleaned up from the farm work. Probably till about 10, 10:30, so another couple of hours. Okay. Simon Thompson, when UK and France declared war, they did zero to assist Poland. It's not a lot different from what they had done for Rhineland, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. There wasn't a lot they could do for Poland. This was the thing. They declare war, and the person they need to actually back them up in any fight for Poland is the Soviet Union. That's the only one who can do anything for Poland. That's the problem. That's the thing. If they'd actually done the... Well, if they'd done it for the Rhineland, that would have stopped everything, probably. But no, they didn't. John Shade, why do I think the British being mad would result them in nuking something? No, not nuking. Deploying the Highland regiments. Kahan, should we mothball them after they're replaced for emergency usage? Not really. They've been worked into the ground. Honestly, I hope we just replace them with 3. Nighttime Productions. Okay, this is off tangent, but can you even briefly, one day, not today, cover King George VI and his presence at the Battle of Jutland? You mentioned BT, and George VI came to mind. I will do, but George VI wasn't that big a fan of BT either. Tom McGolding. When I used to live in Parsons Green, there was a Darlan Road. Very odd admiral to pick and name your roads after. No, Darius Ravatsky, I will call BT all sorts of things, and I will do. But Darlan was not a BT. BT was a far better admiral than Darlan. In a fight between BT and Darlan, in any kind of match fleet, in fact, any formation, BT would have probably been Darlan. Because he might make the wrong decision about 50% of the time, but at least he makes a freaking decision. Darlan doesn't do anything. I don't know how Darlan actually gets to be an admiral. You have to make decisions to get to be an admiral, and don't know how he does. Salmon, thank you. Well, I'm down in Paris. Sure, I'll look forward to that. Dan, what if Nimitz got King's job and King got Nimitz's job? Oh, that would have been difficult. Coming elsewhere. Re students, are they there? I have to. Yeah, let's see, get that. Hi, Peter Dawson. Glad you're back. Very unsuccessful year, and I'm sorry about that. I guess put any sufficiently large group onto a coach, and the collective IQ goes down. It does. It drops through the floor. Vision, how hard is it to find a loos in Waterloo Station? They're all underground, but you can find them. Although, in Waterloo Station, there is the sports bar up on the top of the balcony, sort of mezzanine level, up above it, up in the sort of the far corner over what used to be the Eurotunnel terminal end, and they have very nice loos. Extra conversations you didn't expect to hear tonight. Rapid Raceback, I will not read out and point out, but I will also not comment as to whether or not I agree with it, on grounds it might incriminate me. Nicolas, sorry, but most humans under age 22 are not adults, just big bags of hormones. Yeah. We've only gotten through 3 books and given up. Nice. Well, we're having too much fun with the conversation, so I've gone to the books. Gone to the chat. Vision, you don't have to spend the penny to use the loo. Not in all the normal train stations, anyway. Guns, you could get a very different Battle of Savo Island, also an extra hull and better fire direction. May have saved the Hornet at Santa Cruz. Yep. How about how we could have seen a Night Cable Essex class? Which carrier was supposed to be in 4C? Indomitable. But basically, the reason she's late is because she's covering for other ships, and she's having to take her time to get out there because she's been covering for other ships. So this is why I say, if you'd had Courageous, Glorious, or Ark Royal still in the service, you'd have probably had a lot of viability going. You'd have had a lot more success going available because you'd had an extra carrier in force. So basically, any of those three, which were all lost through stupid decisions. One was bad damage control, one was using a fleet carrier for anti-submarine warfare, and the other was steaming a carrier alone in an active theatre of war. Any of those three don't get sunk, you have a different World War II. So, Sam Thompson, thank you for the super chat, and thank you to everyone for the super chats. It's always very nice. They go to the books, just like the Patreon Fund and all the other things. They go to the books. Keeps me in books, and occasionally dot takeaway, mostly books. And Spine Brew, but mainly books. Via hefty margin books. Hello, Alistair Shaw. How have you been? I'm okay. Hope you're well as well. Of course, trying to find a restroom in the USA sometime. Ooh. US Marines get loads of credit in World War I, the Army much less so. So Marshall kept Marines out of Europe in World War II to avoid Marines taking Normandy as storyline. Yes and no. There is the actual fact is that the Marines had become the island hopping campaign specialists along with one division from the US Army. And the Army were being trained up for Normandy. Literally, it was a case of you're going to have to do one amphibious operation, maybe Torch. But then again, if you look at the troops who do the actual amphibious part of Torch, they're all commandos or similar trained, and the rest come in the next wave. So, yeah. There's got message from Drac. The 4 hours stems are rookie numbers. It's live. Downstream. December 41, the RN is more saying, we have learned these things the hard way against the Germans and Italians, but with bigger force in the Pacific, they might be listened to more. So Scott, when English get angry, they send in Scottish. When they get really angry, they send in the Welsh. Just saying. No, then we send in the Gurkhas. Greg Sarsi, indeed, this is why we won at Rook's Drift. Garmin, for Welsh singing. Garmin, not when you have 40 scouts in a coach going to camp. Then we just chant and sing for hours. Oh, my lord. Darlan became an admiral because he fought so little they rewarded him by making him the ruler of the French Navy. Again, the actual the song, the admiral that song's about, it was actually a very successful admiral for the Royal Navy because he could run all the logistics side and keep all the dockyards working. Given the French government's paranoia about a military coup d'etat in the interwar years, Darlan's inability to make a decision was probably seen as a good point rather than bad. Probably by them. Only by them. Message for you. You have to make decisions, or decisions have to be made to become an admiral. I will have a child, followed by my child will be an admiral on both decisions. And when made by sufficiently well-placed and connected individual, yeah, okay. Again, Darlan. Jerison, is there a USN version of BT? If so, who and what equivalent F-ups? And the USN equivalent of BT. There are a couple in the Civil War. Thankfully, though, the USN is saved by some very, very good admirals in the Civil War, Farragut being one of them. You managed to find a good... You have some equivalents of BT in the First World War, but the admiral who actually comes over to Europe is as far away, thankfully, from BT as you could possibly get, which is quite lucky. in that he's very organised and very good at doing the little the paperwork. In World War II, well, that would require me opening this book a bit more, but there are a couple BT-ish ones. Mitchell occasionally flirts with it, but doesn't actually get there. And then there's always MacArthur. He's fairly BT-ish, but that's technically US Army. Nine Americans. King speaking aboard HMS King George V to King. There are rumors circulating that us Americans don't want British here. Let me just tell the sentiment is untrue. For everyone except me. Nah. Especially if HMS King George V was in the Pacific at the time. Been quite fun for him to say that. See why? My UK trip, I stayed at Knight's Inn. Bingo across the street from Royal Engineers Museum. Shades of Zulu on a rocket sheriff. I had several visits there while touring. Cool. Glorious captain from the accounts was not flying a recon screen. That might have saved them from Sharnos and Eisenhower. That would have saved them from Sharnos and Eisenhower. Any of those three carriers survive. On the other lucky side, a number of German torpedoes malfunctioned. That was true. That did save Wallspite and caused several submarine officers to be absolutely apoplectic. Come. New York unit done that. My unit done that for 2 days traveling to camp in AUS. Then march for an hour into opening ceremony with Scottish units singing in Welsh and Scottish. We told were worse than us. Oh God, help us all. Vision. I didn't know Gilbert and Sutherland's based the rule of the Queen's Navy was on a real person. Yes, it's based on a real admiral, and the stories about that admiral. Tom Golding. Do navies ever execute a coup? Britain or Japan are the only countries I could ever really imagine being susceptible to that sort of thing. Not the RN would ever try. Let's see. General Monk secured support of the Royal Navy, well, of the English Navy, and then brought Charles II across to become king after Oliver Cromwell. Again, it was the Royal Navy which kept out of the way of King William and Queen Mary when they came over to take over from James II. The Japanese Navy certainly tried a few coups d'etats, so yes, occasionally they do, but it's rare. Jerry's thanks for answering. It's always a pleasure. Rapid what's your take on Battlestar Galactica as a direct depiction of carrier life? It's older series seems more there than the more modern series, because honestly, they seem to have so much free time in the modern series. You don't usually have that much free time on a carrier. Scott, the weather wasn't great for Glorious, and by the time the weather was clearing up, turning wind, it would have been right towards Sharnos and Eisenhower. Yes and no. That's often used as the reason for why, and certainly is one of the reasons given, but within the air group and the reports of the air group that day, and the survivors of the air group were picked up after a sinking, they all judged it was okay to launch. It would have been okay to launch aircraft. It wouldn't have been perfect weather for it, but it's hardly ever perfect weather for flying. And if you're going to insist on perfect weather for flying, that's kind of like insisting on perfect weather for shooting the main guns of a battleship. Again, if it's very hot or very cold, it will affect the performance of your guns, but you still shoot the guns. So you might BT equivalent in the US Army. Mark Clark. may earn more for flair and his glory than any tactical brilliance. Captured Rome as Kessler slipped away. Direction. Was the sea state weather that bad? I was aware of it being very bad a few days later, when Scharnhorst and I ran into renown, but I was on the understanding that flying conditions on the day in question were suitable. As I said. Okay. Questions. US Navy participated in a coup in Hawaii. Though the government rescinded it to whatever extent possible, did not reinstate the Queen. Given the poor fleet carrier aircraft, just how effective would Iron Carriers have been in the Pacific 1942-3? Different story if re-equipped with American Marlin Avenger. Okay. Well, they operate differently to the American ones. So you'd have had the Albacore and you'd have had Fulmars. But the British ones which do turn up out there are sent out there with Hurricanes. So they'd have been okay. In 1941, they'd have been fine. 1942, 43, they'd have probably re-equipped with American aircraft. They probably would have done from a logistics reason. But it would have been fine. 1941, too. The aircraft they'd had would have been okay for their operations. Again, it's going to sound strange, but actually for the British, operating the Pacific would have been easier from the get-go than where else they're operating, because you're out at sea, you have far greater ranges between places, so you're going to have less likely to have persistent attacks. So as long as you have radar active, and maybe knowing the British, they'd have started flying a version of airborne early warning. And actually, they do get to one quite early on in the war, where they do have aircraft up with their radar going, anything around here? So you have a cap. You'd probably had launch fighters. You'd probably had the British would probably broke it down to Fulmars flying a cap and keeping up constant aircraft up in the air, and Hurricanes on the alert as they were interceptors, and then Albacores for strike. And it would have kept going until they needed to change aircraft. Sometimes the Fleet carrier aircraft weren't poor. They were designed for different type of warfare than the Americans, but that doesn't make them poor. We had this whole discussion yesterday on Friday in Bilge Pumps, and on a bit on Armchair Admirals, when we're talking about the Swordfish, when we're talking about the Fulmar. They are different aircraft. They are designed for a different role. And the thing is, if you want to have a night fighting, a long-range attack aircraft, you have that second person. It makes your aircraft slightly slower to get up in the air. So it's not useful as an interceptor, but it gives it longer range and ability to operate further from the carrier. So it changes how you operate. Tom Golding, an unforgivable lapse regarding 60 as 88, given my age of research. I always find myself trying to forget the less than glorious push of 1688. This one. You generally don't have free time on warship. You shouldn't have free time. The XO will always find something to do, even if it's hurry up and wait on out there quietly. Yeah. Albazaski, wasn't Glorious deck part with Hurricanes and Gladiators or airplanes? No. Evacuated from Noria and thus flight deck someone on operational? No. Robert Roseway, I would love to compare your reading list with Jamie's reading list on this topic. Oh, our reading list is quite massive and quite overlapping, actually, probably. Shomak, I will make a bold statement about Mount Clark. He was a general. They're interesting characters. No, Glorious turned to launch aircraft, but it was too late. Come on. Same, honestly, the book is on my top 5 to read this year. Oh, thank you. Off topic, but I heard a very unfavourable, very British description of Cornwallis. Your thoughts? I don't blame Cornwallis. I do blame some of the naval commanders out there at the time. Because, honestly, they could have done a lot to help him, and they didn't. It was a Tom Golding. It was a fairly nice butch for the English, just not for some Scottish or Irish. Oh, you know, these things happened. Nicole Ross, did the RN have equivalent of Gurkhas, i.e. contracted foreigners serving? Yes and no. They had a long tradition of hiring their people who did the washing on ships from Hong Kong and various other things like that. And they did have some Indian sepoy regiments of Marines in the East Indian Company, but not as strong a tradition as the Gurkhas in the army. Usually we just had the Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders. I was asking, I see, I've read prior to that they managed to land some land-based planes on Glorious to evacuate them, which was quite a thing, and thought that might have affected operations. I think they had, but I think they got them across different points. I know Ark Royal brought some back. Nighttime production. I always wonder if you had a British carrier Swordfish performing ASW at Midway, if USS Yorktown's fate had been avoided. Quite possibly. Nighttime production. Not sure how often the Swordfish were used for ASW. They were used a lot for ASW. They had taken some aboard, but not to the point of being overloaded or unable to operate their air wing. Yeah, it's a few. It's really not enough to sort of kind of affect the operation of things. Picasso, pity Renown didn't have gunnery radar fitted when she ran into Scharnhorst and Eisenhower. That would have been an interesting scenario. Cox, if a Swordfish found a surface sub, she'd land on its fantail, the gunner would jump out and beat them. No, usually they dropped depth charges, or rockets, or occasionally bombs, sometimes torpedoes. All sorts of things were used against submarines when they had the chance. I don't reckon. Yeah, think about it. Given what happens to Ark Royal due to a U-boat, my hypothesis it does get us to Ark Royal and Glorious? No, Courageous? Courageous. Ark Royal and Courageous. Both torpedoes. But Ark Royal, let's be honest, it's damage control. It's not the torpedo which thinks so, it's the damage control. So yes, we'll blame it on the torpedo, but they managed to muck up damage control. What else? Not long ago, I realized the British Army are effectively mercenary agents, since British trained Gurkhas serve in the Singapore Army as well, and Brunei and India, and I think the Pakistani Army as well. Regards MacArthur versus King. The more I've looked into World War II electronic warfare radar, the better Mac has looked, and the worse King has become. I have a couple of Twitter threads based on that. Ah, cool, look forward to it. Vision, Dr. Clark, I saw your book on USNI Proceedings, website for October release. Yeah, it's different releases around the world, but it's coming. Frankly, it's worrying me, but it's coming. It's all good. I'm just hoping people like it. It's reaching that point. It's my mind, baby, and I'm worrying about it. Carmen, Swordfish finds Sub Commander, gives it everything it's got. I'm generally would be surprised if they attempt. I wouldn't be surprised if they attempted boarding using their Vickers machine guns and pistols. Never bet against the British trying to board anything to nick stuff. Simon Thompson, per your recommendation, I read The Amazing To War in a String Bag. I still don't see Swordfish, and so I'm competing with Kate, Val, and Zero. Less Darkness and Solomons in your aura. Well, again, I would point out that the Zero is not the dominant aircraft the British are facing in Force Z. It comes in sort of late on that. And To War in a String Bag, I said, the Swordfish isn't the primary strike aircraft by 1941. Okay, it's been phased out for the Albacore. And yes, I will take the Albacore on a regular basis because it is not much of an improvement. But you've got to remember, the British are at this point. They had the Swordfish come into service in 1933. They've got the Albacore due to come into service in 1940 and 1939. And they're already working on its successor, the Barracuda. So the British have the technology coming through. And what I would say is if you have the British having more of a carrier force in the Pacific earlier on in the war, you would probably get the Royal Navy and the British government investing more in those carrier types, but also they'd probably changed off over to the Americans. They were already buying American aircraft. They'd have just probably sent them out. So yeah, it would have been American aircraft types. But there again, it would have been handled differently because you take it and you sort of go, okay, the Americans are all better aircraft types. Why are the British using Fireflies in the British Pacific Squadron, British Pacific Fleet, and the Far Eastern Fleet? Why aren't they just using Hellcats and Corsairs? And you find the reason they have Fireflies is they can carry radar and do longer range interception and all sorts of things that they're useful for. So you would also found probably the British would have kept the Fulmar in service and would have upgraded that. So instead of having the Firefly, you'd have had successive marks of Fulmar, which have been very capable aircraft. Wingpox, we need more Fulmars, said no one ever. Yes, lots of people said we need more Fulmars. And Cunningham kept asking for more Fulmars. Everyone kept asking for more Fulmars. Fulmars weren't bad aircraft, okay? They were perfectly good for what they were required to do and for the style of operation the British were doing. If you want a good example of that, have a look at Crete. Have a look at Illustrious's operations in the Mediterranean. Have a look at half the convoy battles. What's the aircraft which downs the most enemy aircraft? Fulmars. The Fulmar downed hundreds of enemy aircraft during World War II. Many, many aces are made in Fulmars. And yet we spend our time. Yet the institutional memory says they're terrible aircraft. Well, they're terrible aircraft which managed to beat up a lot of supposedly excellent aircraft which are German and Italian. That doesn't sound like a terrible aircraft. Unless you're going to do what I have one pet peeve with one particular historian who basically puts it all down to luck the whole time. Says they were just lucky they were beating these aircraft. Well, it's luck when you do it once. But when you're consistently shooting down far more of the enemy than they're shooting down of you, then it would suggest that you have got some very good tactics and some very good aircraft for what you need to do. The main problems come when they haven't got the supplies and parts coming through because of the Battle of Britain, and so they're getting less and less in number. And there is a critical mass. Every time you have a carrier get hit is when their number of fighters' strength has gone south of 12. Their requirement is usually about 18. Carmen, you have some proceedings, please explain. Yeah, well, basically it's going to be released in... it's in different parts of the world. It's being released at different times by different publishers who are releasing those parts of the world. I still haven't got a date for when it's coming out in Hong Kong, but I have heard it's coming out in Hong Kong. Going to be an English language version published in the Far East, I've heard, and possibly Australia as well, which Jamie is very, very keen on. Samuel, with your book, is there any particular reason you're leaving out the other big destroyers like JKN and Class Marcus, or does it just not fit in the title? Honestly, there's only so much space in the book. I was given that in the nicest way. They are not going to give me a this size book for my first book. I'm getting a this size book, if I'm lucky, really. Sort of thing. And yeah, I have fitted in the free tribals, the free fight. And also, it's going to sound strange, I'm not just looking at big destroyers, I'm looking at a specific type of fleet destroyer. So the JKN, LMN classes are far more conventional in design and structure than the tribals, battles, and darings. But they are mentioned in there, they're discussed in there, but they're just not the focus. Built morale as a team and built models as a team. Remember, my favorite was the Rebel kit of USS Berkeley, D-51. Famously issued the commander the commands to stand by to rebel orders after ramming U-boat U-66. Wow, it's fun. Well, RN kept flying the Firefly because they're beautiful. That too, but they were very good at long-range strike and at providing a constant cap and radar-directed interceptor night operations. JSL, did the Germany or Italy ever build the aircraft they were going to place on the carriers? I think the Germans did build some of the Stukas and other aircraft they were going to build for their carriers. Come on, Dr. Clark, the chat. The full-minus design role was great aircraft, but when used to dogfight with single-seat fighters, land-based, yes, it was slightly lacking, but when in motion, you can be. Yeah, because they're usually at the end of their fuel range. Pretty much you've got almost all Fleet Air Arm fighter races scored some of their victories flying full Mars, and several of them still scored most of their victories flying full Mars. I do have something more about that somewhere. But the Fulmar is a very successful aircraft for its time. Peter Dawson, via DM on Discord, I was talking to him about the same subject in last year, and you just shown that somebody else is also interested in this particular operation. Sure. The Americans didn't make better carrier aircraft than the British. They made better carrier aircraft for the USN, pretty much. And the British adapted them to their operations quite successfully. But there's always the fact that the American ones don't necessarily fit as well the British style operation as the British would like. Most insane way to use a swordfish. If you find a merchant raider, wait till night with your aircrew with machine guns. Yeah. Honestly, they just stick a torpedo in it. Gahan, what if if I'm from the UK, I have no idea what is bad. can't. Two man fighters were not a step backward. Sorry, William Cox, that's the wrong idea. Okay, think about it. Here's the thing. A single-seat fighter is great if you're over land, or if you're in the modern age where we have GPS and all these things. But the RN has beacons, and they're slowly developing radar, but what does the fighter have to get itself back? If you're doing a long-range strike at night, you need a navigator. If you're doing a long-range strike in the day or long-range reconnaissance at day, you have a navigator. The second person in the Fulmar is a navigator. That's their primary job. So, yeah, it's not a step backwards. It's basically a case of, am I an interceptor, in which case I'm a single-seat fighter in World War II, or am I a long-range fighter, a patrol fighter? Well, then I'm going to be a two-person crew. I know we talk about P-50, the Lightning and those sort of things. Some Americans come up with, yeah, you can do it, but it's not really great, and it can get into a lot of trouble. The British do it in terms of carrier-based aircraft because they want to do night flying, because they're not going to have visual aids. You have the second seat. That's not the same thing as being a step backwards. That's being a case of, right then, what's better for the context scenario I'm in? Right. Harmon, I think they are a good idea for at sea, where they usually be able to provide for a further spot away from CV and get back. Not easy in one thing like no. Trent Plunker, Fulmar's persistence in the air is one of the key assets of an air superiority fighter. People who not Fulmar generally underrate its persistence. Yes, and they are focused on its speed, which could have been fixed by giving it a better engine and giving it cannon. That's good. Often asked why the US didn't switch to cannon. Generally, they didn't need to. Not shooting at large aircraft. USN fighters experimented with quad 20mm as approaching Japan as would be. Nikoros, naval disaster just battles. The Axis seems much less likely to learn than the US and UK. Was it a result of totalitarian leadership versus democracy? Yes, and a habit of executing admirals rather than learning from them. So they tend to want to push the blame onto anyone. Down from the US and US aircraft benefited from 2 years more peacetime development and less frantic rearmament than the British. The armoured armoured hangar carrier was a great idea for the window when aircraft had become fast capable, but radar wasn't yet a thing. The aircraft were well suited to lacking radar or other aids to find a way home. Tom Godding, I find it odd that people will say every bit of Anglo-American kit, apart from Spitfire, is bad or terrible, and every bit of German kit is great for the same operations. Yeah. People seem to forget who won. I know. Don't worry. Happens. So, regarding Fulmar and Fireflight, the thing everyone forgets is that the flight and squadron level tactics plus fighter direction tends to mean a lot more than top trumps between Zero and Seafire. That's got 2 years out of the war, but with many naval attaches in their own navy and thus learning lessons of the war without suffering losses. It doesn't. Didn't Fulmars have about 1,000 rounds per gun, so high persistence? Let me check my notes. Hang on. Do I have my British naval aircraft? I do. Why check my notes when I can just check the thing which provided my notes? British naval aircraft by Owen Futford. Fairy Barracuda. Fulmar Mark 1. You have to remember the Poolman was also a stopgap aircraft. Yeah, no rounds from gun in here. Yeah. Roughly 1,000 rounds per gun. That seems to be a figure which is going around on my notes. It says roughly, depends on type. Some had 4.5 caliber rather than .303s, but yeah. Gox, the Hurry was a fine plane, not a fan of the Spit. Rubber, I know nothing with Poolman. You mentioned a British-built RN aircraft. I go straight to Sea Fury. A bit behind. 318 fuel miles per deck. Does it have to do Vic-free aircraft versus Swarm 2x2? Normally they would be launching in pairs. Vision, how the Vic-free was a land-based doctrine. The RN was usually using pairs because that was their catapults availability. Vision, how is it distributed command system RM better than the architecture of a centralized command system in US on modern warships? Tends to give junior officers more experience of making decisions. Abazaski, the problem with Fulmar is that it looks fat and heavy, and a second crew member adds to that perception, and it's getting compared with single-seat fighters instead of bombers. It can outclass them. Yeah. And also the fact that people forget that those fighters tend to be coming over salt water a long way and tired and lacking fuel and all sorts of things. Mosquito and BF-110 heavy fighters don't get the flak, and they are multiple crew aircraft, and they are night fighters and heavy fighters as well. And that's the other thing. You have to remember the Fulmar operated at night. Let's be honest. Hellcat, when it first arrived, not really a night-flying aircraft in the American service at the beginning. The British are there with it, but not the Americans. Because it's a different doctrine. Sam Thompson, it's my understanding the RN needed aircraft mostly dealing with foes lacking carriers, while the USN was up against the best carrier force in the world. I again wouldn't say I'd agree with the Keto Batai being the best carrier force in the world. They are up there, but I'm not sure they're the best. As for the RN, they're mostly going up against land-based aircraft, so you're talking they could be facing hundreds of aircraft a day. Where, if you're talking about the Mediterranean, that's an absolute hornet's nest the whole way through. So it's not the carrier battles, it's where you have a big battle and then you might pull off. It'd be days and days on end of persistent operations. It's a different style of fighting. That's gone. P-38 had the benefit of operating from runways that tended not to move and look very similar to everything around them. That does help. William Cox, granted, aerial navigation was easy. Bomber streams with dedicated leaders. Navigators got lost too. Yeah. Decision. People need to think of the Fulmar as an F4 or F14. It's got a Rio to reduce the pilot workload to a viable level. Roberto, saw a video suggesting the Japanese stole the idea for Zero from an unrealized RN or RAF fighter, but I can't recall which one. That's twaddle. The British do have a Gullwing fighter in development, an Interceptor, but that's cancelled because of the Battle of Britain, as I've been over before in the Supermarine videos. Atomic Barrel, hello. Avengers fit into the Royal Navy's aircraft carrier operating cycle once they had radar and before they had radar. Sure, honestly, given how complicated the Lightning was to fly with all the engine management, it probably could have benefited from another person. Possibly. The car was a reformer and a second crew. In fact, 85% of aircraft shut down did not know who shot it. That's a second pair of eyes and damage resistance. It's more important than most people think. Didlson, then Typhoon and Tempest were new designs by the same company, but with 2,000 horsepower engines instead of 1,300 horsepower Merlin. Yeah. Close friends. Have you ever published for Naval Aviation serial publications? I think I have for some of their magazines. I've written articles in them. Seems to recall the Red Zeros are pretty useful at long range. Not as long range as you'd think about it. It's long range for the Pacific, and for them operating on long range for British operations at night. There is a difference in the doctrine, in the concept. And if they're doing a long-range operation, are they doing the navigating, or are they relying on multi-seat aircraft to do the navigating for them, and they're just tacking along with them? If that happens, you're launching... it's fine, I've got single-seat fighters, but they are tacking along for long-range attack with a multi-seat attack, motor-seat bomber or something like that, which will do the navigating for me. And what are your reconnaissance aircraft? Oh, look, let's be honest, the Fulmar is a reconnaissance aircraft as well as a fighter. Same with the Swordfish, is a reconnaissance aircraft as well as a strike aircraft. If you consider the... Oh, what's it? The dive bomber that the Americans use for scouting. The Dauntless. Yeah, that's a multi-seat aircraft as well, and that's your scout dive bomber from your carriers. So it's a different doctrine. Again, if you've got to work with the doctrine you've got, then it's different. It doesn't mean it means you can. It's still. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm saying it's different, and the British aircraft suits the British doctrine better and provides good work with the British doctrine. The American aircraft suits the American doctrine better and provides good work with the American doctrine. There is nothing wrong with that. It isn't a 1-0 scenario. It isn't even a first or second scenario. It's a which one fits better with our doctrine scenario. I think the RNFA had built up from flights of 6. Yes, mostly they combined flights of 6 into combined 2 flights of 6 into 1 squadron of 12, but you know. And JSL, did the RN use their bombs as a sort of strike scout like US? Yes, all British aircraft were supposed to be able to do reconnaissance. That was a criteria of it. You could send out a Swordfish for reconnaissance, you could send out a Fulmar for reconnaissance. Count, would you say it's fair to compare a Fulmar to a Mosquito BF-21? Yeah, or a Dauntless. And the reason I say Dauntless is because whilst they couldn't... Well, they could be used sort of as a dive bomber if they wanted to be, but they weren't really dive bombers aircraft, but they could carry a bomb. So, you know, that's what they're there with. 85%. Also, a lot of kill claims I read state that before the first hits, in the the target did not try to evade. Obviously, some not after the first hit. William the Japanese were good designers. After their philosophical direction, KI-27 was a fine plane. Hang on. If anyone is working on Russian, there's this channel called Furious, which does Allied Naval history. He did a video on 4C today, for example, and it's quite active. I'll have a look at it. Sure, I would argue that in 1941, the Kita Battalion is the best carrier force for the Pacific, not necessarily in the world. You see, the thing is, I would argue that in 1941, the Kita Battalion is the best carrier force for the Japanese and their doctrine. But I would argue the reason I would take and say, yeah, operationally they're very good, but due to the structural way they develop their air wings and the way they design and structure them around creating aircraft, that's my creating pilots and sort of how they're going to replenish those air wings. They're almost a one-punch wonder in that they've trained everything up to a perfect standard, but they have nothing. They don't have depth to it, and that is not because of Japan's other issues. They could have structured their air wing far more successfully. If you consider Britain, it's actually in a war at this point, and it's still doing far better at regenerating aircraft and fighters, pilots, and air crews than Japan actually is doing in peacetime. And you sit there and go, what's going on here? And they've dealt with the transition of the Fleet Air Arm from being part of the RAF to being the Fleet Air Arm. William Cox, the Axis did lose because of numerical inferiority. They had 0 sane leaders. They had a few sane ones. The trouble is they weren't the leaders. Being to Dawson, the RM was fighting against aircraft carrying 2,000-pound bombs due to them being land-based, which is something the USN didn't suffer from in the same degree. Yeah, 2,000-pound bombs. Whew. That makes you glad you have an armoured deck. Paragraph. Was Naval Chairman a rational political actor? Probably not. Joseph Stalin? Maybe not. Political rationality is a highly constrained, bounded, and I can find a way to call any leader irrational. We all can. Peter Dawson, there's a website called Armored Carriers, which I can recommend. Yeah, that's Jamie Seedell's Jamie Seedell's website from Bilge Pumps and Armchair Admirals. We worked together for years. He's a cool guy. If you go to the latest version of Armchair Admirals, you will see him on there. He was a special guest. Strategy, coherent strategy, is a comprehensively planned, both formulated and conducted by the best minds available. That's good. Hieroglyph, I'd say the way we're all following a rational series of decisions given their objectives. It doesn't. Stringbags dive bomb Taranto after laying flares. Yes, they did. Oh, they did all sorts of weird things. Carmen, imagine a sea mosquito. I think they did actually try and develop one. I know, oh, what's his name? Winkle Brown, they ended up flying one. Clark, the issue the Axis force had was they didn't rotate pilots. Axis aces flew until they died. Allied aces were rotated to train rookies and spread institutional knowledge. And usually what they do is they'd come back, train a group up, and then the next group they'd train up, and then they take that group to war. So what you do is you'd have someone who go out and be a flight leader, and usually that's why they make ace, come back, do some training of the aircraft, get a bit of details, and then go out as a squadron commander with the next generation. So you'd have, and they'd have experienced flight leaders put into their squadron So, you know, you'd have a balance of experience and energy. Crazy looker. Armchair Admirals was fun this time. Thanks for dragging me along. Well, he wasn't that difficult to drag along because he kind of liked the idea of Armchair Admirals, and Matapan is one of his favourites. If we do some other various carrier battles, we might get him. I'll try and get him along again. Because it's easy for the three of us. I'm not sure whether Tucky would agree, but it's easy for the three of us because we're so used to talking to each other. Kangasun. Pilot rotation. I think Soviets didn't pull back pilots after a sortie limit. They did. They weren't quite as organised necessarily at it as the rest of the Allies, but they did do it. The Soviets were just as committed to keeping good quality pilots coming through. Because it makes sense, because otherwise you lose pilots to young crew and untrained air crew too quickly. Japanese military was very brutal to its own personnel. Today we still get hellish stories from their baseball training. 1943 sees no major carrier engagements. All the pre-war elite pilots were dead. Japanese katas used Finn BB battleship shells bombing at Pearl Harbor. No carrier armored deck would resist that much of a bomb. Again, this is one of those myths. They were actually quite well designed bombs, and they weren't BB shells. There is a myth that comes out of this, but no. The Japanese have 1,000-pound bombs, which are very good and very dangerous, and honestly, no one's going to resist that much if you're not moving and you're hitting a vital space, and those do not need to be finned. It's one of the various myths you get about. There's always something. Right, he is clearly pushing us. It's got reaction decisions. People like to say Hitler Act was mad or evil. It disregards that some entirely sane humans can and will do very unpleasant things towards a goal. I have to say I do agree with Hitler in that I think he was evil on that one. I don't agree with Hitler. I agree that he was evil, but I'm not sure about the insane one. I just think very good orator. Obviously, that was his natural gift. Terribly stupid, though, strategically. Good at politics, obviously, because he managed to achieve and get what he does. And it's not an easy political scenario to Weimar Republic. It's a very fluid movement, so getting what he does is, frankly, a feat of politics. But frankly, once he gets there, he's selling a very easy message, which basically blames everyone else for the Germany's problems. Which is kind of an easy message to sell in hard times. I will blame everyone else for our problems. Japanese and Germans both failed to rotate pilots and other highly trained personnel to back the train others. I'm not sure the Italians were well enough organised to know who was good or not. Well, they were fairly good, and they did do some orientation or some rotating. But again, it's the Italians; they don't do it enough. And if you aren't liked, you definitely won't get rotated back. Hi Ralph, I've never heard of rocket armed Stukas, so I doubt that's the case. I think they did try something with rockets. Crazy looker. Tuki is always overwhelmed by you and Drak. With Jamie, it was a great role of flying, flying naturally. Yeah, poor Tuki was going to. I have the questions, and I'm sort of going, poor Tuki. Yeah, we will get to the questions. Don't worry. I have to run the. I was feeling sorry for Tuki. Jamie was just enjoying because he wasn't having to try and corral us at the time. This time, it was Tuki's job. Potentially, Dan Truman, potentially. Tom Godin, asking a soldier to determine his own need of ammunition and assess exactly what he needs while being shelled and shot at and marching all day is, well, it's an interesting concept. No, how close were there 800 kilogram AP bombs to the design of their naval shells? Let's put it this way. A battleship shell is a lot heavier than 800 kilograms or 1,000 pounds. Battleship shells are colossal, massive. They are not... This is one of the things I have when people go, they were carrying finned battleship shells. And you go, do you realize how big a battleship shell is? You don't need it. The reason you have a battleship shell is because coming in on a trajectory like that. A dive bomber is dropping the bomb like that, or as close to that as possible. It doesn't need to be as big to cause a lot of trouble. Hieroglyph. Robert Clinton's books are really good on the Eastern Front. He also speaks German and has read the primary sources in the original language, so adds a good level of insight. Yeah, I'm trying to persuade my girlfriend to do a book on the Eastern Front, because she speaks Russian and German fluently. If anyone could do a really good book on the Eastern Front, she could. Dan Freeman, I have 101010110 problems, but one isn't zero of them. Vision, folding a hotel laundry after a covered shot is painful. That it will be. 800 is not 1,000 pounds, it's 1,760 pounds, and always had modified shells. Seems not far off the weight of a 14 or 15-inch shell now. Let's see. If I remember correctly. I'm checking my notes. Hmm. Let's see. You're talking about the number 80, which was a land bomb, and that was 800 kilograms, and that was used at Midway. The number 80 Model 1 didn't come into service till after 1940. Titan AT Mark V was armor piercing, but didn't come in till late, and Titan 99 was 744 kilograms. Yeah, these are shells, but these are not shells designed. They're not designed from shells. These are properly designed bombs. So you're basically talking type 80 and type number 2. Yeah. You're talking number 80 and type 2 number 80s and type 99s. So no, they are very, very distant from shells. They are proper bombs. They're designed as bombs. Escort, my understanding was they'd taken the front end of a 16-inch Mutsu shell and added a tail fin section with explosives. There was, I think, something for their armor-piercing shells which they were considering, where they would use the same fusing as was on a shell. But that's not using the shell, that's using the fusing arrangement for an armor-piercing shell. It was the IJN torpedoes that had extra fins fitted on them for the shallow Pearl Harbor. Yeah, which they learnt from various operations, but they didn't pick up when they did the confirmation in Taranto, which they possibly would have seen if they noticed it, if they realized it, was the tension wires. Because if they'd had tension wires as well as those fins, oh god, the Americans would have been in trouble. As it was, a lot of the torpedoes ended up in the mud at Pearl Harbor. Carl Gansford, re-800 kilogram naval arm piercing shell. The heavier 14-inch naval shells were sub 700 kilograms. Yep. Tom Gunner. Oh, well, she really needs to write that. Yes, she does. I'm just glad to hear you respect her ability. My girlfriend is a better historian than I am. But don't tell her that. She might want to swap me for a new model. Human thought transference. I'm not getting into that one. Same reason I'd like to improve my Italian, so I can dive into the Venetian archives and write an English history of the Venetian Navy. Ooh, I would love to read that. Felton is weird. Seems to be content entirely based on click volume. Not sure who that is. Mike, I wish and. Mark Felton is a popular historian who is factual, but willing to make essential claims which come in question, like Hurricane was the first tank buster. It really wasn't. No. The honestly, the British, Americans, and Germans are all developing tank-busting aircraft in the early 1930s. There is a British attempt to try and turn the Hart light bomber into a tank buster. We're in Somerfield. Hello. Kenny's just a good reference on Admiral Jellicoe's journey around the moon in 1919 to 1920 and what his report was. Yes, I can. And it should be in here looking at me. Give me a second. No. It's the Royal Navy in the Far East somewhere. Ah! You want Admiral Andrew Fields. I'll put this one here. Andrew Fields. Sorry. Royal Navy Strategy in the Far East, 1919 to 1939, by Andrew Field. It's an excellent book. I will warn you, it is a Frank Cass book. They have never been known to be cheap in their life, but you can probably find a very good one secondhand, and you might find it cheaper now in Amazon. Vision, Dr. Clark, opinion on the Conway series History of Ships books. They're good. They're fun. They're good starting books. I'm not going into it, Carl. I don't give opinions on other historians as a rule. Other than my girlfriend, because she's amazing. But that's about it. And Drac and Jamie, because they're also amazing. In different ways. I know a bunch of escort carriers did shore support and anti-submarine work on other than the unfortunate business of summer. Did they do much naval strike work? The British used them for a lot. Burma, you've got all sorts of stuff happening in Italy and southern France. That's all escort carriers. Number 5, AP bomb. Let me remember. I'll remind myself of number 5. Oh, I cannot remember. It's on my notes. That's one of the that's the airburst bomb, isn't it? Number 5. It's the airburst bomb, and I cannot remember what his charge. It's what his explosive charge was. Tension wires. Yes. Okay, so when the Swordfish drops a torpedo in his attack roll, or the Albacore, or pretty much any British modified aircraft dropping its torpedo, it had a tension wire which was unrolling from a reel attached to the front of the torpedo. So the torpedo, instead of diving down like that and diving into the water, would, with thanks to its fins and its tension wire, belly flop, and then the wire would fall off the aircraft, and you just found these extra wires in the water and no one took any notice of them. But that was the British secret behind doing Taranto, that they had tension wires. Fins and tension wires kept your torpedoes, made sure your torpedoes belly flopped rather than dived, which meant they ran shallower and were able to hit their targets. Then, is your girlfriend present in chat on these? I'd be curious to know if Mrs. Drac joins and lives. I don't think my girlfriend takes part in the chats. I don't think she does. I think I'd have an idea about what sort of name she'd pick if she was taking part in the chat, but I don't think I've seen her take part in the chat. Dan Freeman, I appear to have accidentally bought DK Brown's The Grand Fleet, Nelson to Vanguard. It happens. Later this year, Carl Harmon. On the book, when the Falklands book is supposed to come out. Early war USN airdrop torpedoes had wooden boxes added to the noses. Mike Meir, were torpedo bombers worth it for the USN? Yes and no. Yes and no. A torpedo bomber, if it hits, will cause untold damage. And will cause a real problem. And it tends to cause the fleet to have to do all sorts of maneuvers, which can really break up the fleet. Basically, consider torpedo bombers sort of like fighters. Fighters will break up an incoming air attack and make it into drips or drabs. Torpedo bombers will cause an entire task group to go in all sorts of directions and break up, which can make it easier in turn for your dive bombers and your fighters to attack. So, while I do love Palmerston, probably too much frankly, his insistence that the educated British populace not learn other languages has somewhat humbugged scholarship down the line. To an extent. William Cox, aerial torpedo attacks were being phased out due to the long reach of AAA. Avenger became a very useful multi-purpose platform. Yeah, they were still being used. They were still quite capable. They were still there. They weren't as preference, but they were still very viable if they needed them. A price of nothing. Does the RCN have an impossible role? They have the world's longest coastline to defend, but between NATO and other requirements, need equipment to a completely a completely different set of tasks. Not really. If someone actually getting decent funding, they'd be okay. 2016. No, it's the 800 kilogram anti-personnel bomb employed in Pearl Harbor. Oh well, let me go look this up. Type 5s. I think you're talking about the Type 99 number 18 Mark V, which is on my list. Now, it's one of those contradicting things because it's described as a tear-shaped bomb with 8 recesses around the nose, which could allow for the fitting of windshield if used as allowed for the fitting of a windshield. Adopted in 1941. That doesn't seem right. Yeah. It's interesting thing is it's supposed to be based on a 16-inch armor-piercing shell, but I'm trying to remember my Japanese battleships. I'm trying to remember whether they had one with a 16-inch shell. I've got 18s, 14s, 14... 41 centimeter guns, 41 centimeter guns. No, 40 centimeter guns. Yeah, I don't think so. Basically, I think what happens is they use the same fusing from one of their shells in the bomb, because that makes sense for an armor piercing, because it's an armor piercing fuse. When it's from the tension wires attached to the nose of the torpedo for the drop, yes. I don't know if the Kiddo battalions only fought a mass strike all at once was 1, correct. They were the only navy that could launch coordinated 100+ aircraft strikes. No, they weren't the only navy that could have done that. In the interwar years, the RN can do a lot with that. They practice mass carrier strikes for the whole time. They can't. The reason they don't do it in World War II until it's later in the war is because they keep having to fight so disparately spread out that their carriers are not available to be grouped up. But the RN has a multi-carrier doctrine in place from the 1920s because they're planning on a multi-carrier war. You know, they're planning on fighting a multi-carrier war. So, and the US Navy could also do the same thing. And launch coordinated 100+ aircraft strikes. They can, all three of the navies can manage that. You know, if you have, theoretically, if you'd had Ark Royal, Courageous, and Glorious together launching a strike, you wouldn't have been far off 200 combined the strike if they wanted to launch one. Nicole Ross, where are the fluffy research assistants? I'm not sure. I think they are currently keeping my mum and sister company. If she's smart, you'll never know if she's on. Yeah. Peter Dawson, I find them. Yeah. It's not really a claim, Peter Dawson. I'm not sure if you've got a follow-up to that one. I'll try and find the follow-up to them. Basically, people were looking at tank-busting aircraft from the moment that they started having tanks. It's one of those things you do. The moment you have something new come out, people start to look for a reaction to it. They don't just suddenly create one in the next war and they're going, oh, we suddenly realised these things are a problem. No, one interesting thing to the British is that as soon as they start developing the tank, they are quickly developing the anti-tank gun. So they presume if they deploy it, someone else is going to deploy it as well. Thank you for explaining tension. I've never read all this, and it's obvious. If you want a good book, read it explaining about it. Not in that one. Somewhere around here, I do have a great book which is entitled Swordfish, which explains all about it, but I cannot see it for the life of me at the moment. Not at the moment. Hello, Austin Harmon. Austin Harmon. So, in the theoretical navy of Dusky Lark, what fighters, what torpedo bombers, what kinds of carriers to hold them around? Indefatigable types carriers, probably. If I was going by built carriers, World War II, but Maltas would probably be my favourites if I could go with ones which weren't built. And this is the World War II period. I would want... Again, if I'm going built, I'm going with Fireflies and Hellcats as my mixture. Or Fireflies and Corsairs. As for my fighters, as a mixture of them, and strike aircraft, probably Avengers. Because they are the best in service. If I'm going to go for the ones which come into service straight after World War II, Sea Furies for my single-seat fighters. Probably keep the Fireflies, strangely enough. And keep the Avengers. Ah, Carmen, did you see my sorted book collection? Yes. That's all right. Just wait till I get the Tag Museum and can go buy some naval books all. Then, of course, it's always what we do. Buy these books accidentally. Robert, I've never seen a good book on RN escort carriers. Well, I read earlier from one which I now can't find. There you go. This one by Kenneth Poolman. Escort carriers, and the other one is Royal Navy Escort Carriers by Commander David Hobbs, which is this book here, which are both very good. AP in this context means armor piercing. Yes. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin Pound. AP armor piercing in the context here, not anti-personnel. I know, but I was looking for the Mark V, and I forgot it's the type. Don't get me started. Japanese bombs have the longest numerical names of any of them. Probably because we don't, it's going to sound strange, we don't have the names they called them listed down, and they must have had names for them. Even informal names, because they destroyed the records. Yeah, noted. My naval library is mostly British printed, but looking today for new books, it seems many are printed in China and surprisingly UAE. Why? Money. Nagato had 16s, yeah. How did the RN feel about bomb decks? Decks designed to trigger the fuses of armor-piercing bombs before they reach something important. Yeah, the British kind of liked them at some point. I am, you know, these things happen. I get your line of thinking, but does the lack of such an armed ship preclude a plan class for which 47 guns can be developed and later use the basis of said bombs? Not necessarily. The fuses are going to be there, but the bombs will be a different shape because the shape you want for a shell versus the shape you want for a bomb are a different thing. And it is one of the things that goes, yes, this is the same. We started off with this shell, and then we have this bomb, and you go, well, for starters, that's a teardrop shape. Yes! Well, the shell isn't a teardrop shape. Okay. So what survived? The fuse. Ah, yes, but it's developed from that shell. It reminds me again of the Volvo and Saab car stories. Okay, the reason this guy thinks Stuckers had rockets, they didn't, is that there was a nickname for the German rockets, Stuckers on foot. It's going to sound strange. There are various rocket projectiles which are used by both sides. I seem to remember something about Stuckers trying to use rockets in a ground support role for, again, on the Eastern Front, but I might be wrong. That's what I like your policy of shooting down the argument, not the person. Far too much ad hominem in public history and other subjects at the moment. Yeah, I don't need to get engaged in personal battles. In the nicest way, my policy is always, if someone needs to start slagging me off personally, then they've lost the argument. And honestly, when someone's slagging me off personally, there is so much that I can just give them. And nice way, I'm currently a little bit overweight. I need to get back to the gym, but this is what happens when you have a habit of daily gym and swimming because you have a sedentary lifestyle because you're a historian, and then you go down to nothing for over a year now. Suddenly your weight goes lump for some reason. And I've got an exercise bike and I'm doing 30 minutes a day and trying to build up to an hour a day, but it takes time and that isn't going to transform me instantly. I should probably get a rowing machine as well at some point if I get paid on time for something. And that's life, you know. I'm dyslexic, so I sometimes get my spellings wrong. I am white Anglo-Saxon male, which means I have that particular perspective probably on the world, which might make me different from the others. I am openly admit I am biased towards tribal battle and daring class destroyers because they're all beautiful. But I still admit about the tribals having turbinitis, the battles being cramped, and the darings being basically a thought experiment in some respects in terms of their development, in that you have 8 ships produced, and 4 use AC power and 4 use DC power, and helpfully they have 4 produced. It basically works out as 4 sets of 2 once you put the 2 combinations together in terms of their engines and the generating systems. Other than Falklands, what does your girlfriend specialize in? South America, Latin America, and politics in the Cold War and all sorts of things. She's very, very smart and can wander into almost pretty much any topic. She'd probably wander into ship design more, but I think she basically leaves that for me, so I can hold on to it for my ego's sake. No, I don't think I interests her as much. Mike Russell, Mike, can you recommend a good company putting out warship model kits? Jamie's more your person to go to for that. Jamie Seedale, send him a question on that one. He knows the models far better than me. I tend to just ask him what the best one is, and he tends to tell me where to go to get it. Remember, if they build another carrier for the Iron, should it be Ark Royal? We can always hope. Carmen, what's the multi-class? The successor to the Indefatigals the British had planned. Large fleet carriers for World War II. If they'd been built, they would have been massive and very pretty. So I'm going to I need to accidentally pre-order your book. Thank you. Tom Boyle, re-rocket Stuka, no mention by William Green, thus unlikely an official modification. Yes, but you forget again, because my primary historical learning area has been in navies. I'm used to the concept of crews modifying ships and quite a lot, so I tend to find it very believable if you tell me that this army, some units in this army have modified their tanks, or some units in this air force have modified their aircraft. You've got a lot of technically very capable, bright people who are highly motivated on surviving and doing their mission. They can sometimes figure out a way. Tom Garding, also waiting for a friend's book on the Spanish Bourbon Navy to come out, so I can accidentally pre-order that too. Cool. Asanam, given the capability of Vistal aircraft, would a light carrier based on the America class or Terror class J's be a viable method of expanding the USN's fleet for small-scale operations? Let's be honest, that's what they tried with the first two America class. By the back door, not calling them it, but there's a reason they don't have a dock. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if you wanted to do it, if you're Americans, you'd want to have a bigger hull, so you probably want Queen Elizabeth class size. AP shell versus AP-1. A shell can have a tail cone, so to be teardrop trait, but a bomb does not need to survive being shot out from a gun. Yeah. Only because it came up in chat. Did they ever figure out why, how the Mutsu blew up? Not really, but there are lots of theories. Escort. Boeing bought McDonnell Douglas. The merchant team that remained was the McDonnell's Douglas one. Boeing able to buy them because corporate culture of profit was over safety. The San Giorgio class are nice ones to start off with. There are lots of good Italian LHDs. There's a Trieste, which is also a very nice one. I would probably go with Italians than I would go with anyone else's at base. But I am Scott. I might have been born in the USA, but my friends are like, Scott, my skin is so white I can read newspaper reflections. That's useful. Hi, Dr. Clark. That's sort of why I let you know about my paid workout at work. And every little helps. Keeps us already, doctor. Yeah. Turbinitis, what is that? Well, you see, the tribals had the first generations of the new type of turbine fitted, and in later fittings they changed the mounts, but they couldn't change the mounts for the turbines in the tribals in World War II at the beginning, during the war, because they just needed too much and it would take too long. Basically, you have to rebuild the hull for it. So what happens is they have to recondition the turbines quite a lot during war because they get worn out, because they're moving, their mounts aren't quite right for them when they're constantly operating at high speed. And it does give some of them a bit of a question about hangar queen, them being sort of dry dock queens. But you actually find out they're operating quite a lot, and most of the destroyers which are operating better, operating more sort of achieve more days operational than they do, are the ones which are operating with an average speed of about 12 to 14 knots. Most tribals' average speed is 18 to 20 knots, and that's a big difference when you're operating constantly in heavy weather. Do any companies make affordable pre-built models? A couple of good ones, but yeah, no. Well, I can sort of remember off the top of my head, I usually buy the ones in Portsmouth Historic Dockyard. Basically, whenever I walk in there and they have them, I go, yes. I can't remember what the type they are. I think I've got a Type 45 of them somewhere around. I'll track it down and make sure it's on a live in the future. Wincox, I'm a Sumner class fan. Best best ever DD for its time. Not like the Clemsons. My Escort and merchant ships are beginning to come out of the EU from smaller companies in very nice, clean-fitting models. Scale modes for reference. That's good. No. Didn't read out my pun. Sorry, I didn't see it. Marcus on mission. Hello. If you could travel back in time to 1935 and write one staff requirement for a new aviation ship or aircraft, what would you do? Well, they have good carriers, but they just need more of them. But there's only so many are going to get built. But if I could go back to 1935, I would write the Royal Navy fighter requirement, and I would put in a 1,500 horsepower engine. And I would write a requirement basically for a two-seater, an aircraft which would probably look like a bit like a Fulmar, all-metal construction, 1,500 horsepower engine, at least, because that could be specified for in 1935 without any trouble. And four 20mm cannon and 4 machine guns would be the armament. So I'm going. I remember stumbling across an odd debate at university where people claimed carrier rendered battleships obsolete other than as AA platforms. It seemed a very odd argument to me. There's all sorts of arguments about battleships which are obsolete and twaddle arguments. Basically, battleships were useful. You had them, and they worked well. The carrier doesn't beat the battleship in terms of its ability to sink other ships. It beats the battleship in terms of its ability to sink ships at range. So that means if you fail to sink it, you can have another go. And they can't hit you back, theoretically, if they can't find you. And then the carrier is quite viable for supporting forces quite further in land and all sorts of things. Rapid Razor. Personally, I think the Ranger Marina was superior to the Kriegsmarine, yet they seem to get a raw deal when facing the RN. We always argue for that one. And crazy look, I only want a small desk one, kind of like what the Tank Museum sold the Tiger Act. Well, I'll bring my Type 45 in when I think it's in the lounge somewhere. Did I hear you say somewhere the arm was looking at cruisers? Type 83 has been announced as the successor destroyer to the Type 45. So remember how big the Type 82 was compared to the Type 42? Well, do a similar maths and you're getting into about 14,000 tons of British next generation destroyer. Dirt Squad, you can't shorten term Japanese history, but you can samuraize it. Funny, but no. William cruisers, battle cruisers carried a flag around the world in peace, unless you're a 1980s Iowa class or the Great White Fleet. I know you adore the Wildcat. No love for the Corsair. I do like the Corsair, but honestly, the Hellcat's my favorite. I like the Hellcat. The Wildcat's cool. I would fly quite happily in a Wildcat or a Hellcat. They wouldn't try and kill me. Corsair is a great aircraft, but I just don't want to try and land in it. Can't. So you're aware, the time is 10:20. Yes, I know. I've got about 8 minutes. And I'm starting to lose my voice a bit. Great to look at. Lots of UK models. You shouldn't have to 2 at a time. Visualize 4 20mm cannons and 4 machine guns, the Iron equivalent of the P-47. Pretty much 2 seats because of navigation issues, but a lot of firepower. And I would also want it to have the ability to carry a 500-pound or 1,000-pound bomb, because that would be quite useful. Corsair is the Navy's best attempt at a truck in race car clothes. It is a lovely aircraft, I just wouldn't want to fly it. Can't. People forget that America kept ours till 90s. They were useful. Type 83. I see something to rival Sejong the Great. Cannons, please do not mix cannons with machine guns, especially if both are wing-mounted. Actually, considering the size of wing you would get for that, it probably would work. Question. Well, Type 83 is one of the do big ships need big crews? I.e. question experience says no. No, they don't. And I wouldn't be surprised by the time you get to the Type 83 if the crew's even smaller. Because the British are working very, very hard. Because crews are the expensive thing, and they're the big limitations. In fact, if they've been told, I've heard informally, that if they can get the crew down enough while delivering enough firepower, they could probably get 9 to 10. Because, again, governments are very keen on British jobs and employing British people at the moment. And the easiest way to do that is the shipyards. Mike, why did the Regia Marina punch so far in its weight? It's admirals. It's admirals. So, USN had Skyraider and Bearcat coming on in, while UK had MB5, a fantastic plane. No one pushed forward? Martin Baker 5 was a fantastic aircraft, but the Sea Fury was better. That's what they went with. It looked really good on paper, but it was trying to scale it up into production. Martin Baker had become very, very good at producing ejection seats, but they didn't. They had been one of those companies which kept producing very interesting designed aircraft, doing lots of great design and research, not so great at the production side. The F4F was a plane that had no speed limits for any part of it, either because its glorious bathtub body flew like a brick, or because it was built like one. Either way, the thing was very good. Will destroyers still be destroyers when they get to 45,000 ton displacement? If they get to 45,000 ton displacement and we're still calling them destroyers, then there's something seriously gone wrong. Mixed machine gun armament, cannon armament, different ballistics messes accuracy. I know that, but in the 1935, you could get away with that because they would be going, what about persistence in firefight? Well, if I'm in a firefight, a dogfight, then I can switch and use my machine guns. If I'm in a shoot and scoot, I can use my cannon. Cox, RM had great trouble with quality control, repropellant charges, and variations. Guns were inaccurate as well. That shell production problems were an issue. They didn't have the lessons of World War I Britain. There was a variant of Spitfire config with 4 cannons and 4 machine guns and wing mounts. I think there was, yes. I'm not sure what mark it was. There were so many different models of Spitfires and so many different ones looked at. Escort, having machine gun and cannon works because you can target with the small guns when you've got plenty of ammo for, and then finish the target with a cannon. In Armchair Admirals, I was surprised when Italian shell quality control came up. Drac managed to avoid bringing up the USN Ordnance Bureau. I'm still surprised that it lists me as United Kingdom and him as Bath when we live really, really not far away from each other. And neither of us anywhere near Bath. How would you deal with the current Suez crisis? There isn't much you can do. There just isn't much you can do. Dig the canal wider. If the canal had been dug wider and deeper from the beginning, which would have been cost more money, when they were doing the upgrades, it might have been a better scenario. Vision. Type 83 sounds like a Zumwalt. Why does ESN not build more Zumwalts since it all works but guns? We haven't seen... I have a feeling that could well be what the USN ends up doing if they want to de-risk ship design. Why remix Cyclone? Why not 4 cannon with tons of ammo? Because at that time you didn't have the space to put in lots of cannon armament. I would want a British armored flight deck on a US carrier, but I would put fighters on the deck part because then they have scap quickly, but don't carry nicely exploding bombs when off guard. That's why you go for multi-class. Paragraph. Look them up. Assuming that your target is something like a bomber, especially something like a J-Oda, that can't shoot directly behind it. I was asking, maybe Drac was doing armchair admirals from Bath. That would have been quite funny. Greater Locker, thank you. Speaking of tribal and armchair admirals, where's the link for a signed copy of the new book? Signed copy of the new book. I haven't set that up. What I am going to do, I have to admit, is I am tempted to send them out to patrons and those sort of things. Depends. If they send me the box of books, which they're supposed to, which they still haven't sent me, then I might well send them out to some people as basically a gift. But there's a fair number of those I've got to work through family first, who are all demanding signed copies. Count, Bath is 2 hours from you. Count, when you plan on the book tour and what's the locations, please? Haven't sorted that out yet. Working on that one. Depends how many books sell. The more books sell, the more they'll do book tour. William Cox. Seoul Suez Crisis. Import... Pakistani or Indian shipbreakers, and the channel will be clear as a... Yeah. Potentially, but shipbreakers would be a good idea, but you'd have to offload the cargo first, and you'd have to be able to get the ship out onto the side, and you can't really do that there. Let's go. Suez was expanded in 2014 because of ships getting stuck. What happened was ships like Evergiven were built to the new Suez Max. Yeah, this is the problem. Hey, at least they don't have hard sides, because then she'd have probably sunk. Then they'd be in really big trouble. And well, the first Marks of Seafires did have to be on wing deck and deck part because their wings infernal. Although they did try and get some down below, but yeah. Manningham, be wrong. 1640, Carl Harman. I believe you're wrong, and Dr. Clark can correct me if I am. America maintained ours until late 2000s or early 2010s in a state which could be recalled to duty. I think they did. I think they maintained 2 till the 1990s, and they maintained 1 into 2010s. But yeah, I think they did have them. Nicole Ross, how many books do a cargo container? A lot. Okay, I think the problem is that Evergiven got stuck in the part of Suez that hasn't been upgraded yet. If I remember correctly, they've got stuck in the part which has been upgraded, but hasn't. They didn't think needed as much upgrading. Count, what happens if you're a patron and you have a copy ordered, as I'd like mine signed? Well, there will be a book tour at some point, and if there isn't, I will do a signing day, and I will get a friend at either probably at one of the naval museums to, if they'll see it, I'll see if they'll host me for a talk and a book signing day. See if I can't order that one. One nicely easy to get to. Where is it? It would be a golden BB scenario, but I shuddered about it. What an unexploded 4.7 or 5-inch shell going through an aircraft would feel like. Yeah, not fun. Imagine what an 8-inch shell going through would feel like. Besides, not just the width, but the thickness of a wing limits what you can do regarding cannons and machine guns and enough ammo. Sam Thompson, I believe Sal tweeted that a tug should take place around 2200 hours GMT. Probably. And it is now after 4.5 hours, so. I'm hoping not for a plan for a bridge over to Suez. Right, thank you. I'm sure Belfast will take you. And come on, we can always hope. Anyway, thank you, everyone. I hope you're well, and I hope you've enjoyed this evening. I know I have. I hope it's been fun. So, thank you, Carl Harmon. Thank you, Derp Squad. Tackling Hieroglyph. Thank you, Nicole Ross. Thank you, Stephen White. How about only you have a book signing at UNVL in Vegas? We can all meet you and have some fun. That trip is a write-off in the UK and US. Sounds cool. Right, then. Only 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. No, I'm not trying to compete with Drac, I mean. The part of Suez is modernized, but it's only one lane near the Red Sea area. Yeah, having a 2-lane bit does help. Thank you, Grace Alcy. Thank you, William Cox. Thank you, DGB40. Thank you, Red Razorback. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, thank you, Bichon. Thank you, Steph Thompson. Thank you, DeCasso. Thank you for another great chat. Sorry I had to run. So for the Fleet of Research Assistants. Yes, that's going to be my next job. Thank you, Tom Golding. Thank you, Crazy Locker. Thank you, Dep Squad. Thank you, Nick Walters. Thank you, Calvin Gasper. Thank you, Anuk. Thank you, Carl Harmon. Albert Zasky. Thank you. And take care. And thank you, everyone.